Hello, greetings dear guests, out there and in here. My name is Marek Alexo, I'll be your host today. As a CEO of Skycope Technologies, we build hydrogen drones. As a board member of the Estonian Hydrogen Association, we build the Estonian Hydrogen Valley ecosystem. So that's why I'm here. We live in very interesting times because we're going through an industrial transition. But this time we're not going from coal to oil and gas, we're going to renewables. And that's going to be either directly as electricity or hydrogen or even e-fuels, such as sustainable aviation fuel. We need to decarbonize to have a chance to save our planet and the environment, of course, of our people living in it. And this is very challenging because a lot of high-level, very important, very crucial decisions have to be made. A lot of technologies need to be implemented or still developed and integrated. We need to change our mindset and we need to put a lot of money on the table. But where's the challenge? There's a pretty good opportunity as well, because the money is all there. It just needs to be allocated to the right locations to make the largest impact. And maybe instead of waiting for the oil and gas industry to fix these issues that they created, we allow the new breed of enterprises to come out and solve that for us. As a member of the Alliance of Zero-Emission Aircraft, what we see, a lot of opportunities have been mapped out. But in a lot of places in Europe, the airspace is full. In this decade, you really need to add new lines to introduce zero-emission aircraft because they're not directly replacing the commercial lines yet. So this gives an opportunity to especially our region in the Baltics and Nordics because our airspace is not yet full, which means regional airports can actually get the largest benefit from all of this by introducing zero-emission aircrafts, retrofitting the existing ones, and gradually enabling better routes for our people to move in. Or drones, for that matter, to provide better insights, to map our area, to react faster, and to perhaps help reduce some of the traffic we have on the roads and leave more room for our people. But why stop there? Let's introduce mobility as a service with air taxis to increase our connectivity even further. And we don't need to use air traffic control for that because we've digitized the ground and the air the same way. All of this is changing also the leaderboards because new companies being formed. Airports are becoming more important or less important depending on how they take off with all of these new technologies. It applies also to municipalities and it applies to countries. Estonia has massive potential here, but we must move very fast and very decisively. Just like with the digital transformation, we can make a new impact with the green transformation. Never before has an airport actually been able to produce its own fuel, and never before was there this much potential for an aviation startup to be formed. I'll quickly also introduce some housekeeping rules. We have an online environment where you can also switch to Estonian, should you wish. For every presenter, there will be a Q&A button over there. If you wish to have live translation to Estonian, then on the left-hand side of me, you will find some earplugs or radios, however you call it. And I believe it's the world premiere of a very new video Ida-Viru has created to introduce the opportunities and alignment with what I just said for those that wish to start a new enterprise. So we should have that on the screen very soon. Thank you.
In Estonia, we prefer to go straight to the point, so here's a list of reasons to expand your business to East Estonia. Area with a history steeped in industry and manufacturing, high-quality infrastructure and transportation system, diligent and well-educated workforce, located in a country that is one of the most digitally advanced and also has low red tape. And last but definitely not least, the area has 354 million euros available from the European Union's Just Transition Fund. To prove that we don't waste time, Estonia became the first country and Neo Performance Materials the first company in all of the EU to receive the grant. The construction of Neo's sintered rare earth magnet manufacturing plant is already underway and is planned to become operational in 2025. So, If you are looking to expand your production lines in an area that combines resources, potential and ambition, look no further than East Estonia.
Right, hope you enjoyed it. I talked about money, and I'm really happy that already the first speaker will address it. Where does it come from? Where does it go? I'm honored to welcome on the stage Minister of Economic Affairs and Communications and Information Technology, Tiit Riisalo, to give us an overview of the Just Transition Fund. Thank you.
Ja tere hommikust. Good morning. I'm happy to be here in this event, and I'm not Dobre utro. And I'm not that much going to speak about the Just Transition Fund measures, because in this room there are people who know it much more in detail than I do. Some of them sitting in the first row here. And but I touch it briefly, and then I give my view maybe a little bit about the issue of the day, what I think about local air transportation, and then maybe a little bit what the government is planning in general in the context of economic development, and also a little bit Ida-Virumaa. So, but yeah, about the measures that we have from the Just Transition Fund. So as I said, I don't go into the details. When this government has been in office for 7 months now, and if I would make sort of a Gantt chart on which issue I have devoted most of my work time, then I think Just Transition Fund is one of those. I was here at the beginning of the summer, and we understood that there are some problems in the pace of taking the use of these measures, and I hope we have solved these issues. There were some questions of manpower, of course. I think it's better now with the manpower. And there still are some issues who is eligible. And of course, Just Transition Fund has an idea. It's not just, a wallet that is open and you can grab when you have the chance, but it was supposed to direct this area in Estonia in some certain direction, which is, connected to twin turn, to the digitalization, to the using the possibilities of emerging green economy. But I think when programming these measures, we were a little bit too optimistic. And let's be honest, the situation was a little bit different. The COVID was yet to arrive, not speaking about this nasty war that is going on in Ukraine. And bureaucracy always takes a little bit time to change the course, but I think we did it quite quickly. So now in the pipelines there are documents that change the conditions for the projects that are eligible, and we make it quite sort of. We loosened the conditions quite considerably, so it is a bigger number of companies will be eligible to find financing for their projects, and we also make it more attractive. Especially, the most important measure is for the so-called big enterprises or big enterprises measure. Which starts, the support starts from 500,000 and goes up to 20 million. So we loosened some conditions there concerning the average wage of the workforce or the workplaces created, so that it will be more motivating for the companies also to be operational in the areas where the salary is not too much above the average of Estonian. But you can get information on these measures pretty soon. One thing that I want to stress in this context also is that we are not going to loosen also only the circumstances on the big enterprises measure, but also the small ones. And I think it is going to be the best offer that will be available in Estonia and in this area for a long time. So the support can go there up to 80%. So I don't think we have had this kind of measure available in Estonia in the whole period of independence. But this all, of course, is made to... We also understand that the circumstances in the economy are not the brightest right now. So it is to encourage the local entrepreneurs, also small entrepreneurs, to take the risk despite of the conditions. And yeah, that's the main idea of this. And of course, then there are two measures, one for the bigger companies, one for the smaller companies. And of course, we need a supporting ecosystem. So just for the background, there is also a measure for incubators. We are going to build, one centered in Narva and the other in Jõhvi. And one is then more technology-oriented, and the other is more creative industries-oriented. This process is it takes some time, but we have a clear understanding how to go forward with this. So these incubators will be then actually for the companies or entrepreneurial people to develop their ideas as the incubators are used for something that is really needed in the market, and they'll then try to make business out of it. And then there is a third direction that is more into research and education. So there is a measure to support businesses in these phases where they try to make use research or in more sort of deeper and more demanding, financially demanding circumstances, or to build test productions for their new products. So we understand that this is phase that is most difficult from the companies, where you sort of have the product, but you yet don't have the market, and we think it is important to try to support companies in this phase. And of course, the general direction of this fund should be that we create sort of the ecosystem of companies here in Ida-Virumaa that produce high value added products or services, so that people here, after when we end the intensive use of brown coal, will have places to work where they can earn decent or good salaries, and also important where it is possible to be proud of the job that you're doing. It's also important. And maybe from here I go to the theme of landing in Narva. So yes, this to my understanding has two perspectives. One is we were just talking about the investments here, and I think we underestimate the role of the possibility of air transportation in Estonia. We have this strange attitude towards it, I think mainly. Like it's, of course, there is, this civil aviation carrying passengers, and we don't have really a good track record with this. We are currently in the process to sort, I hope, finally out what is going to happen with Nordic and end this chapter in the history of Estonia, which is not something we should be proud of. But this is not the issue of today. The issue of the day is how to support local air transportation And having been talking with quite a number of potential investors into Ida-Virumaa in the context of Just Transition Fund, one of the requirements, maybe not for everybody, but considerable number of them, is access. And if you have, rather big industrial enterprises here with top specialists, with strategic meaning to these companies, people need to access fast. The CEOs need to access fast because the time for these people is limited. World-class specialists who participate in the development process need to move in and out fast. And without airfield, it's unfortunately not possible. And so we need it. And then we have a little bit wrong attitude that everything that is connected to air transportation is sort of a luxury. That small airplanes is like a toys for rich men and women. I think today this theme will be opened and this myth, at least in this auditorium, boosted, that we know actually very well what local air transportation means in countries like Finland or Sweden or our closer neighbors, where it really connects remote areas fast with the centers, and that is the main idea of this. And it's actually not really helpful that we have wasted quite some time to create this network in Estonia. Or we have some elements like in Pärnu where it is completely overdone and does not actually serve the purpose. But yeah, that's the history that we can't change, and now I think we should look into the future. And I can promise from my side that as long as I happen to be this minister, and it depends on the Minister of Economic Affairs, which is not too much what concerns air transportation regulations, we support definitely not only this project but possible other projects to make local airfields in Estonia available for helping people and realizing business ideas. And it's especially good idea here, I understand, that not just make a landing stripe, but to build a cluster around it. So, of course, I also believe that in the transportation sector, especially locally, air is the future. We don't use it as much as we actually we could, and it's a trend not only here but globally. And I hope that if this project realizes, maybe some smart startup or company that is established here can also, give their contribution not only in Estonian level but more widely. Because we know that we have in Estonia engineering talent and entrepreneurial talent, and if these two things happen to come together in a right place, everything is possible. And so maybe lastly, before I let you to go to discuss the real things, a little bit the economic policy of this government. That yes. The circumstances are not the brightest, and I am not going to count here the reasons. As always, if things don't go well, very seldom there is one reason to this. But the reasons start from the health crisis going on, the strategic, problems, geopolitical problems we have, but also that we have a kind of not storm is maybe too big word, but pretty foggy weather, yes, in this context, that what has always been part of Estonian success is actually that we have this smart people who are in general ready to learn. and adapt new skills, who are open to new technologies, and not only in the universities but in the context of general population. That we have resources available, the major ones including energy with pretty good prices, and there is capital available for doing business. And we have really good sort of destination markets, like close to us. So Estonia is not too big of an economy to be a major competitor somewhere in China, but markets of Finland, Sweden, Germany, Denmark, they have been good enough for us, Latvia. But what is the sort of the storm-like situation is that, or fog, let's say foggy situation, is that we have converged, and we have actually reached our aim. We have always wanted to be, part of Europe and have the same living standards. And it's not, 100% yet there, but we have, all of us in this 30 years have done a good job and built up a successful country with rather good results. But now we understand that this a little bit lower inputs with lower cost we had, they have disappeared. This is from one side, and from the other side, economy as it in general is changing for various reasons, and world just don't stop. And we'll see the influences of, as I said, this twin or dual turn of digitalization and also using the green technologies more and more. And this is something in the making or in the cooking in most of the world. So there is also our major destination markets are a little bit confused, just trying to find the new models of operation. And this is how the things are. And but meantime, I'm optimistic, or let's say very optimistic, about what will be the future, because we have adapted. I already see this adaptation, and we hear quite a big number of people who are concerned and are worried, and I understand all this. But I talk with people and entrepreneurs on a daily basis, and there are also those ones who don't speak anything because they just don't have time, because they are working to build their companies. They haven't found new niches. They are developing their productions and so on. So, but why I am optimistic in general is that we have been living here for, the archaeologists say, approximately 4,000, maybe 5,000 years, and not in the best conditions climatically, also last couple of thousand years geopolitically, but we have survived. And we have survived because we have adapted. And I think we have all the capacity to adapt also these new realities that are forming right now. And what we do then on governmental level, and we understand, sometimes people get this understanding that these people in Tallinn, they don't understand anything. I can assure you, most of them do, and most of them really try to give their best. In the political circles and also in the people who work for Estonian state and government, state employees. And what we are currently doing, we try to model the Estonian economic outlook for the next 10 and 20 years. So try to look what kind of, what the government really can do so that we have favorable economic conditions. And this is needed because we don't just, as I told or tried to describe, this clear vector sort of from the first sight. We have had this till this moment. We had a very clear sort of targets with also defined economic policy. We wanted to become independent. We wanted to join EU, and then we wanted to go to the Eurozone, and this defines very much what economic policy is actually doing. But now the framework isn't that clear anymore, so we have to figure out what do we do with our energy, and this is work in progress in the framework, also in the context of the elaboration of the climate law. And it's not going to happen, in the next couple of years. We have to fix it in next 6 months. So what would be the energy offer for the companies that want to invest in Estonia? And we are right now in the discussion, and the Ministry of Economic Affairs, of course, tries to present the case in a way that there is always a question, who comes first, the hen or the egg? That in this case we must make an offer first and then the companies come, not vice versa. So this is something we discussed. The second important question, of course, is our resources, is labor, or our workforce, our people. And as I said, there are a couple of initiatives also here that actually in the framework of just transition that is aim is to educate people, to make available the educated workforce here. But we are also looking a broader picture, so that redoing the Estonian unemployment funds trainings, but also in a broader context, we will take a look together with Minister of Education in the context of broader educational system, vocational and higher educational system. And then the third point is that we try to talk sense into our colleagues is a tax policy. I'm the member of this government, so I can't tell that this is what is doing is wrong. We needed to do a lot of these things because just there are two views into the fiscal policy, and I don't go into this. But from now on, we definitely have to be not that hurried with these issues, and our tax policy should be in this sense coherent, that we need to keep in focus that value is created in economy and in times like this, and then we can tax this added value and then build our country and all, do what we needed. Unfortunately, buy the ammunition, but also meantime educate our kids and guarantee our elderly senior members of the citizens possibilities to have a nice seniorship. So we try to also, from the point of a Minister of Economic Affairs, to look that we will be more coherent with a tax policy in the coming years, so that it supports more the economy. But that's about it. I think I used my time, or a little bit more than I had.
Thank you, Minister. We would like to probably have some questions as well to you,
Yep.
if we may.
Absolutely.
Because we do have some time. So do we have anything from the room? Because I think the online presence is still getting their morning coffees in. Okay, I'll start myself then. I have many questions. The first one, has there been a comparison made by the ministry with other just transition funds in Europe, and how are we comparing against them?
I don't have the newest data because it's not that important. But we, of course, when we started in the summer, then we take a look, yes, and we could be in this sense proud that the first just transition project that was actually realized was here in Ida-Viru near Narva. The Neo Performance Materials permanent magnet factory was actually the first one that the construction started in the whole EU. And for now, I haven't looked at the pace because we have concentrated, what is going on here. I think we are, as we are working, not standing bad. Some countries just took as I also heard, a little bit different look into this. So they invested more into the state-owned infrastructure. And of course, then it is, easier to make big procurements and get it done maybe more easily. But from the very beginning, the point of Just Transition Fund in Estonia was not to create an additional road. It would also help, but we needed more, I guess, and it was a right decision to support the local, investments into companies, and that will be also measure for the NGOs opening pretty soon. So this is, I think, more important. Yeah.
Awesome. If nothing else, then I have one very interesting question, because there's money left over, as I understood. So if somebody is still looking for inspiration, whether in here or online, and maybe as a minister, you can give some good startup ideas, what you'd like to do, or what would you do if you were living here? Maybe that's one thing that I in principle don't want to do, to teach entrepreneurs how to do their business. And I think the state's role here is to, and I think it's been part of Estonian success also, that we have been pretty sort of flexible in this sense, not with too many constraints, that we try to keep the country running as effectively as possible. And that is actually my main job, that we really want to work with a basic hygiene of Estonian economic environment, which means that we don't do stupid regulations, or we try to not to overdo these things. And we are also working with a project called Personalized State, which means that we try to use as much data as possibly that state already has, as wisely as possible. And this is not just oriented to citizens, for them also, of course, but a big part of it is oriented to entrepreneurs who actually have a bigger burden of regulations coming. And sort of this is all kind of a constant uphill walk, but we have to do it. And if anybody has a chance to succeed, I think we in Estonia have, because we are pretty well digitalized. So we try to and meantime, why we are doing it right now? Because technology has also sort of goes with cycles, as we all know. And one cycle, luckily for us, was there in the end of 90s, beginning of 2000s, where technologies like internet and so on, World Wide Web, there was a capacity already for a mass adoption. And then we made the right decisions to build out our e-government and so on. Now the technologies have advanced, and maybe the most outstanding example is, of course, the generative AI, or the large language models. 6 months ago, it was science fiction. Now it is, entering our daily life with quite some pace. But we are also ready for that. We have been experimenting in the public sector with this in a smaller scale for some years. But now we are elaborating actually 4 different plans during this year. It is the roadmap for data usage, roadmap for AI, roadmap for identity, and roadmap for cybersecurity. And all these 4 documents will end up in the Estonian Digital Agenda 2030, which we have, but we now renew. And so at the beginning of next year, we will have a new plan ready. And some people start to laugh if you talk about planning. I'm a person who knows from my life experience that you can fail if you have a plan, but you have a chance to succeed. But if you don't have a plan, then you will never succeed. It's luck, and usually those people who are prepared get lucky.
So we want to be prepared and also sort of build this side of the Estonian state so that Estonian entrepreneurs or people who invest here are going to have good support.
Perfect. I think this already gives some ideas. Thank you very much, Minister.
Yep,
I also have a small bag to give you.
Oh.
Why else would they be here?
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. So, that was a great intro, and without business and industry, of course, there would be no jobs or economic growth. So with our next speaker, we will get there. Vadim Orlov, the head of Narva Industrial Park, with 13 years of experience, has in the past been also a consultant in the Narva Business Advisory Services and also getting funding. So he's the perfect person to talk about the opportunities and the next era of this economic growth. Thank you, Vadim.
Okay. Good morning, everybody from my side. And I'm representing of Ida-Viru Investment Agency. And I would like to, because we are organizing of that events, we would like to say a couple of words about who we are, what we are doing, and how we are related with the aviation. And actually, as already told, we started 13 years ago in 2010. And our main activity is developing of the industrial parks. And now we have 5 sites with the total area is around 300 of hectares, and which is divided into the 140 different kind of lots. And each of our industrial parks have their own specialization. If it's starting from the Narva Industrial Park, which is the oldest one, we mostly focused on the energy-intensive enterprises due to we have quite a lot of capacity. It's up to 200 megawatts per hour in our power stations, and also due to Narva is the 3rd largest town in Estonia, we also have quite a lot of workforces compared with the other towns in our county. And the next one is the IVIA Business Park, and due to its location near to the international road E20, it's mostly convenient for some regional centers and some sales representatives in our region. And the next one is the Kohtla-Järve Industrial Parks, which is used to be mostly oriented to some chemical clusters due to in Kohtla-Järve located oil shale producing company. But now it seems like the clients which comes to our Kohtla-Järve industrial parks, they are mostly oriented into the renewable energy equipment production. And our latest one, the Kiviõli Business Park, we finished it last year, and it's close to the Tallinn, only 45 minutes go from the Kiviõli to Tallinn. And I always asked about what kind of know-how we have, how we attract so cool clients to our industrial parks in that not unstable time, and when one crisis changed another. But from our experience, we see that in many times there is the sectors of economy which face with the quite dramatically increasing in demand for their products. And nowadays it's mostly the sectors which is connected with the defense industry and production of the renewable equipment for the renewable energy production. And we mostly chosen by the company who facing with the increasing of demand, who has the kind of shortage in the production capacity, who need to quickly increase their capacity, and also who maybe didn't find the suitable space for the rent. And I would like to highlight only 3 of our advantages. It's ready for start, financing availability, and the experience. And let's start from the ready to start. And we developed our sites, we prepared the detailed planning, and we build up the infrastructure. So the company who are interested to implement their project, they only depends how quickly their design company will elaborate the project for the industry and could start the construction. And the second, I think, quite important things is financing availability. And of course, the Just Transition Fund really helps us to create that advantages. And out of that fund, you could finance design and construction of production facilities, buy the equipment, make the research and development, and training the personnel. So the grants start from the 30,000 euros. It could be up to 10 million euros. And in some case, it could be up to 20 million euros. And also, kind of our experience and support. So we already help for implementing 14 different kind of projects. And so we have the experience and know how to quite fastly get the permission for the building and implement the project. And also our network of the partners really help our clients to implement the project as quickly as it's possible. And just a couple of words about our clients. One of our oldest stars is Aquafor, which are producing the water filters and water purification system. They started in 2012 with the 15,000 square meters, and they implemented their project within 17 months. And now they already expanded up to the 23,000 square meters and have the plan for further extension. And they have got the grant from the Just Transition Fund around 3 million euros. The other clients which is developing in Kohtla-Järve industrial parks is the company Frin, which producing the wind generator and solar panel. They also have got grants from the Just Transition Fund, 2.3 million euros, and have the plan for the further extension. And the star of this year, it's Neo-Performance Materials Narva, which already mentioned today. That company, which they are going to invest 100 million euros for the first phase and create up to 300 new working places. And I would like to illustrate what does it mean, quite quick process of the implementing of the project, which kind of timeline are expected from our investors. So we started to negotiate with the Neo-Performance Materials in October 22, and after 5 months we already signed the agreement, and in May they have got the permission to start construction, and actual construction started at the 1st of August, and they expected to start production in January 2025. And also we have a couple examples when company comes to our territory by renting existing facilities or buying some already built up facilities. So one of them is Hansa, quite famous company who is making the metal processing, and the other is Fartaka, Finnish company. They also have got some funding from the Just Transition Fund and for their extension. And just to illustrate that we dealing with not quite big project, but it could be the small scale one. Some examples of our project in IVIA. So it's kind of real photo, not from stocks. So just to show you how they are implemented. And they have scaled project starting maybe from the 500 square meters up to 1,500 square meters. And what I would like to present, our new project, it's an industrial incubator in Narva, which will be financed also from the Just Transition Fund. And the main idea of that project is to provide for the company opportunity to start even quicker their projects by renting out their production facilities. And we are going to build up before end of the next year. And it's 10 different kind of production facilities will be available. 5 of them is something around 500 square meters, and 5 is 300 square meters. And I would like to show you some visualization. Please. Materials factory, and you can see how the construction is going on. Okay, so if you feel that your company faced with the quite high growing of the demand for their product, please come into the Ida-Viru. And I would like to say also a couple of words about our new development projects. And I would like to emphasize that all of our project comes out from the expectations of our existing clients. And they are quite often, sometimes it doesn't work. They quite often say that for their well-paid specialist, the new rental housing is needed. So we started the project to build up that housing in Kohtla-Järve and IVIA. And also, one of our projects is the Agropark Auvere. I don't know. It's kind of comes from the idea to capture CO2 from the power plant and also to use the extra heat from the power plant and the possibility to use the electricity without grid payment. And as already mentioned our minister, that another incubator will be built up in Ida-Viru. It's multimedia incubator and film studio in IVIA. And we would like to create opportunity for the young people to stay in our region, to find them in creative industry. It will be oriented into the IT sector development and also for the production of video content and audio content. And finally, it's my favorite project. It's Narva-Olgina Business Park with Aerodrome development. And this idea also comes out from the expectation of our investors, which was already mentioned by Minister. And more deeply about that will describe our colleagues from the Finland, Riku and Esa. But for us, it's also kind of possibility to use all of our experience for developing the business park and create additional advantage of our region. And finally, just a couple of words who we are. And we are founded by the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Communication, with for local municipality. And our main objective is to attract the new company into the region, to create the new jobs. And some results. So that since for 2010, we developed more than 300 hectares of industrial areas, built up 30 kilometers different kind of pipes, infrastructure and roads, sold out 61 different kind of plots for our clients, which already build up 85,000 different kind of square meters of industrial facilities. And more than 700 people are working at the companies which are working at our territories, and they paid annually slightly more than 12 million euros different kind of taxes to the state and local budgets. And if we compare it with our initial investments into the infrastructure, which was something around 8 million euros, so during the last couple of years, we already 3 times pay back that money which was allocated from the public sector into our organization. And concerning our clients, they already invested 100 million euros, but we expected to double that amount of investment when the neo-performance materials will finalize their first stage. So, and some call to action. For call to action, I choose one of the famous phrase of the Mark Twain. So, and concerning the contacts, you can scan the QR code. Thank you very much for your attention.
Awesome call to action, by the way. So my call to action is to see some hands in the room as well. If anybody has a question. No, still not warming up yet, okay. So as the minister also said that accessibility is important, and let's maybe get your opinion on that one, and also an additional question. If that accessibility is by air and zero emission, should it count as public transport?
Why not? I didn't quite understand the question, but I think it will be common in quite near future, because it's developing really fast, and you know that's now the trends in the aviation, that's it's quite near future, maybe 5 or 10 years, we will fly by the plane with at least electrical driving engines, but maybe even hydrogen driving engines. So I think it's, and concerning the first part of your questions, of course, the connectivity is one of the crucial point now, due to some threats that our border with Russia could be closed, and for us to not become the dead end, it's connectivity one of the main issues.
So what's your first route you would like to have opened from here?
From here? Yeah. To be honestly, we already flown from the Narva to Kotka, and I really like Kotka. Not only because it means Kotka, my family name, but still because it's quite famous and really nice town. And actually, to to help for the region, I think the most commercially or expected rules could be to Warsaw. Due to, if you see how we are now flying, the Warsaw is, I think it's a common hub now for the passenger travel in Central Europe. But if it will be not kind of affordable for the first electrical powered plane, the Riga will be also quite good destination.
Yeah, and of course Tallinn, Tartu, especially having driven here today morning from Tartu. I don't know how many extra hours it was with the snowstorm, but it would have been much better on the plane, I think.
But it's about some international, but of course Tallinn and Tartu for the Estonian internal.
Yeah, excellent. Anything? Room? Yes, finally, first brave man. But please wait for the microphone so the online audience can also hear. Super.
Yes, I just wanted to ask if there are already specific dates for the opening of the runway and the building of this airfield.
Unfortunately not. Yeah, we have the kind of plan and we didn't specify the date. So for the next year, we would like to at least establish the detailed planning, the special planning, and get ownership of the land for that, because it will make much easier to develop that. And also we aimed to elaborate or prepare all project for the technical infrastructure. And maybe construction of the asphalt paved runway will be started in 2025. Yeah. But still, we are together with our Finnish partners will develop the aerodrome as it is now, because it already has the potential. But maybe about that, my colleague will say a little bit more, because to be honestly, when somebody start to say something about development of the aerodrome, especially it's kind of in our region, maybe they are not believe, so there is not some kind of believing in that. But from my experience, if somebody not from Estonia say that it's working, so that everybody believes them. That's why I hope that my colleagues will describe a little bit more deeply our plans, how we will develop our connectivity and our maybe the connection between Narva and HelsinkiEast.
Yeah, it's true. We always need foreigners to tell us what to do. Then we believe it. Any last question from the room? No? I'll ask the same one that the minister strategically answered. Then, if you could start one business, what business would you start? Yeah, really good questions. Actually, trying to get some good tips.
I so love with my work. I didn't think about some kind of another business, because we are almost in the business due to our model. I mean the Ida-Viru Investment Agency. We have got the money from the state only once time when we started. And after that, what we earn, it's kind of we have. So that's why it's always like in business, maybe you are not so sure for the future that the turnover, some kind of sales comes. But if you do your work by heart, it comes. The new interesting projects implementing and new really cool clients comes. So it's kind of no any kind of another business than we are doing in our Ida-Viru Investment Agency.
Yeah. That's a very good business if you don't need to do what startups do and raise 5 rounds and still be turning negative profits. Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll also give you a bag.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
And because I think the expectations have been driven quite high already on this feasibility study and what our Finnish colleagues are going to tell us and what we can take as our opportunities here, then this one is basically about the Narva-Olgina business park and the aerodrome, how it could benefit. It's giving some very concrete steps and actions as well. And it's split into two parts, because I believe Professor Jorma Mäntynen will first send us some recorded greetings, the strategic transport systems lead of Estia. And then we have Riku Huhta here, the project manager, to take over physically. So I think first we start with Jorma.
Dear seminar delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the geopolitical environment in Europe and also in Estonia has changed drastically during recent years. At the same time, there is a great need to renew the industrial sector, to be more competitive and to reduce emissions. In this difficult situation, there are many possibilities to create new business opportunities regarding green technology and advanced digital solutions. In the new operational environment, Ida-Viru requires new connectivity to Western countries to boost the regional industry and to form new business relations. To serve this need, the development of Narva-Olgina Aerodrome and business park is very important. The aviation sector is also changing. The renewal of aviation technology and business is ongoing. Whether it is hydrogen, electric or sustainable aviation fuels, we will see a variety of next generation aircraft with low emissions in the near future. Already during this decade, we will see commercial flights with electric and hydrogen aircraft. By 2030, we have aircraft that can use 100% sustainable aviation fuels. The whole aviation business is changing gradually. In the old world, and even currently, we have seen large crowded airports and large aircraft on fixed routes. Lead times at airports are long. In the future, there will be a rise of smaller aerodromes and airports, carbon-neutral operations, and varied sites of aircraft. Demand can be met with an optimal supply much more fluently than in the past. Small airports will provide short lead times, which is valuable, especially for business trips. Ida-Virumaa is an active business region consisting of nearly 7,000 companies. These companies form the basis for the demand of aviation services. Not to forget the potential of travel industry also. The Narva-Olgina Aerodrome will be a significant part of Estonian aviation services network. The next speaker is my colleague Riku Huhta, who will present the main results of the feasibility study for Narva-Olgina Aerodrome and business park. He has deep knowledge of the aviation sector and business life. I wish you an inspiring seminar and best success in developing the Narva-Olgina Aerodrome and business park.
Lovely. So Jorma already made the intro. I don't need to do much more myself. So without further ado, please, Riku, take it over.
Thank you. Yeah, based on that video, we have a lot to learn from the Estonians, at least in the digital world, definitely. So I think that's one thing. And yeah, so my name is Riku Huhta. I work at Destia, which is the largest infrastructure company that plans and constructs and maintains infrastructure in Finland. And we created this study with Redstone AERO. Korjula is here speaking after me. And I'll be showing a few slides of the feasibility study. Some text is a bit small for the online community. You can see maybe a bit better, but hopefully you hear, even though you're offline, keep your body online, please, so we can interact here more precisely. But further ado, I'll show you a few topics here. First of all, as Jorma mentioned, the aviation sector is gradually changing, and the old aviation world is a bit old-fashioned, and this is like you may have seen this picture somewhere, but the idea is that also in Estonia it would be wise to use more efficiently the current airports and aerodromes and create a new kind of aerodrome network that benefits regional connectivity all around the region and gives vitality even to the farther parts of the region, such as Narva, for example. And this is, I think, a really important step, and this is driven by technology and new goals to reduce emissions by far. And as you can see on the picture, you have different kinds of varied size aircraft in the future, whether it's cargo, passenger flights. It's more on-demand based on sustainable aviation fuels, hydrogen, battery electric, depending on the range and goals of the operators. But this is like the big picture we're going forward. We identified many drivers that speak for the development of the aerodrome and the business park, but here are six main drivers I would like to talk about. One thing is the industrial transformation. You have a lot of carbon-intensive industry in Estonia as well as we have in Finland, and actually now when we're going forward towards sustainable aviation fuels, they actually require CO2 as a raw material, and I've heard in Finland that we don't have enough of CO2 to produce these fuels. We need more of that, so kind of like the emission is changing towards a raw material, and that's, I think, an interesting one with hydrogen also. And the critical raw materials, EU is moving towards like self-sufficiency in many points, and also in critical raw materials, and I'll show you one slide of that later on. That's one key driver here. Also sustainable energy, different kinds of geopolitical changes. Of course, the Russian situation is really difficult currently. We need new connections toward Western countries, and this requires face-to-face networking and sales. It can't be done via Teams itself. And also, as mentioned, that Estonia is a forerunner in digitalization. I think you should fully use this to your advantage in building these new digital airports in the future. And technology is developing rapidly, as we saw on the different kinds of aircraft and the beautiful visualization. I could see Vadim's car in the one parked on the visualization in the videos. You're already there. But about the catchment area of the region, even if we look just of the EU population, Russian population, of course, will be included on top of this. There's nearly 40 million people from 1,000 kilometers of this Narva Aerodrome, Narva-Olgina Aerodrome, and that's a lot of people and kind of like the basic potential. And as you can see the connection points on the map, there's a lot of airports, aerodromes. Even in Finland we have nearly 100 different kinds of airfields you can land on, and those are all the connection points you need to access, and those are potential business clients just across the seas, and also towards the eastern parts also. And there's, as a total, there's nearly 240 airfields around this circle. As Jorma mentioned, there are nearly 7,000 companies in Ida-Viru. That's a lot, and different kinds of versatile industry that creates like the basic demand for this aviation connections in general. And there's a vast potential also for example, hydrogen and synthetic fuel production. And with synthetic fuels, it's like eSAF or those fuels that are made with hydrogen and CO2. And that's interesting potential in general in Estonia and in Finland, and this is a hot topic. And actually, based on EU's quite new regulation based on refuel EU aviation, if the goals are to be met by 2050, it means EU itself should have more than 100 new sustainable aviation fuel production plants in EU itself. So maybe a few of them could be here, for example. Vadim showed a few highlights from these current and future industrial parks, and our goal was in the feasibility study to analyze that what could be the role of this business park around the aerodrome and how could it be linked with the other business and industrial parks. And as you can see, there's versatile industrial parks around the region. And the basic demand comes from these industrial parks, of course, the needs of the companies there for the flying. But next to the aerodrome, the focus should be somewhat on the companies that benefit from the right next aerodrome. So, for example, testing purposes and so on, and high value production. That's one key we looked into. And as mentioned, this NEO is an interesting investment, just shows the potential of the region, and this investment alone can like generate other investments around it, and it has a two-stage process, and this is one company that could benefit directly from these new connections I will shortly present. But just to give you an idea that there are versatile and like globally important players around already in Narva, and this aerodrome development could also boost that even further. Stakeholders for the aerodrome, kind of like who could somewhat benefit and use the aerodrome in the future. The key ones on top, of course, are industrial companies, service companies, the public sector in general. There are many public sector organizations here also that could benefit from the flight connections. Tourism industry is really linked to aviation in general. We have strong evidence that regions that have good accessibility via air, of course, get more tourism. So I think that's one interesting thing. And in future, it could be done in a sustainable way and linked to sustainable aviation and tourism concepts, for example. And of course, the residents of the region can access from the Narva-Olgina aerodrome any point of the world, maybe. And of course, then there are other stakeholders that can benefit. For example, owners of private planes currently need hangars to store their planes. Then there are skydivers and sportsmen, so recreational aviation in general can use the aerodrome and give like activity all around the year. And then there are RC Aero Modelers Club here also that could benefit from the aerodrome. So versatile topics, so it's not just the industry that could use the aerodrome, but it's like the whole region in different topics. Then some text point. We got some industry insights during the feasibility study. So what are the current companies in the region expecting, or what do they see is the potential of the aerodrome, and how are they using connections nowadays? And for example, here you can see different kinds of topics. The industry is very export-oriented, which means it's international business, and international business needs good connectivity. And here you can see a few means to travel, why the companies are traveling. It's different kinds of, typically it's seen that you have to just leave from Narva to somewhere else to do business, but mostly it's about getting the customers to visit you and during the sales process and so on. So it's back and forth action, and this is often like forgotten, and it's important to know that when there's an aerodrome, it's attractive to investors and customers because it's easily accessible. And that's, I think with ESA we showed the current travel change now. I came from Tampere. I first went with the bus, then with the train, then with the ferry, and then with Esa with a car here. And it took a whole day about. And I could have maybe, hopefully in the future, I could fly straight from Tampere to here, for example. So it would take like 40-45 minutes. So that's a bit different. And here you can see the destinations where the companies like to visit. So it's European markets mainly, Israel also, different kinds of main hubs, so the Nordic countries and Southern Europe and Middle Europe. And the usage of hub airports nowadays, mainly Tallinn of course, but via other hubs also, depending on the location needs. And what do the companies see in the future? They see potential for air cargo, for example, critical fast deliveries, component deliveries, etc. Anything that's like time sensitive and expensive, that's a very good basis for air cargo in general. And then you can see the how do the companies see the existing, like what's the like image point of view of a nearby aerodrome, and it's seen based on the answers of the companies that new opportunities for investments and partnerships would appear, and it's seen kind of like a positive image. It's like a mental thing that you have an aerodrome, it's accessible, it's easy to reach the destinations, and that way it's important. It's like also a mental one, also of course the physical one, because you can access directly the region. And then other topics, flight times should be of course schedules should be optimized, but of course on-demand flights can fix this, so the supply can be meet with the demand also. But yeah, as always, the main point is that when an aerodrome is being developed, it creates new opportunities for business and improved logistics in general. From a tourist point of view, here you can see a graph of different kinds of visitors staying in Ida-Viru, and mostly it's Estonian people, but still also the goal in the future is to attract more Finnish and Latvian customers to the region. And nowadays it's been quite stale. I don't have a pointer here, but maybe the Latvia and Finland ones are quite small compared to the Estonian ones. Russia, of course, was larger before COVID and so on, and after the war, but it's bit difficult with that market also now. But the Latvia and Finland, that's a key point. And what's the key? How could you attract more? Of course, it's always about the product, and then it's about marketing, but the critical one is accessibility. If one of these fails, it's impossible to create as a competitive tourism attraction. And that's like 3 key points you should be able to achieve. And of course, aviation connectivity is one with these. And the goals are quite ambitious, 1 million overnight stays in the long term. So this of course is one thing. Here are a few future aircraft, what could be used in Narva-Olgina in the future. Some of these will be certified in a few years, so it's quite soon actually. And some of them are zero EVIA, for example, which is hydrogen-based, or maybe a bit longer ranges. Then for the shorter routes, direct battery electric flights. Also the Swedish Heart Aerospace, which is like a hybrid. It uses battery and sustainable aviation fuels to extend the range. So there's variety of fleet coming, and they can be these fixed wing aircrafts, but they can also be these eVTOL, so electrical vertical on takeoff and landing, so they can fly vertically also. And as I mentioned, for the drone business is also gradually changing. Typically we see air cargo as large air cargo planes running between certain points, but in the future it could be more spread out with smaller drones also. Just to give you an idea, EVIA will be presenting also later today, but just show that what could be near future ranges for these aircraft from Narva-Olgina, and these are of course early stage estimates, but just to give you an idea that, for example, with this Aviation Alice fully battery electric aircraft, it could be around 400 kilometers you could access from Narva-Olgina, so it means, for example, you could go to Tampere, for example, in Finland, and also to Riga and so on, so quite far away. And with also the hydrogen fuel cell, this is of course a demonstration of like a short-range hydrogen aircraft that is, they are trying to have it as fast as possible to the market, so kind of like a retrofitted Britain Norman Islander, but in the future, of course, the hydrogen aircraft will have much longer ranges, and for example, many companies are going towards that. But that's also a possibility that in a few years you could go to Tallinn, for example, from Narva-Olgina with that aircraft. Then about the feasibility of the route between HelsinkiEast and Narva-Olgina, what could it be? We looked at it in different points, but I think the main idea, I showed you a few highlights of the Ida-Viru business region, but from the Finnish side, Kymenlaakso is quite versatile county in Finland, has many kind of strong forest, chemical, technology industries. There's nearly 4 billion euro investments inbound in battery technology, green technology, etc. And also there's strong universities, Lappeenranta University and XAMK, University of Applied Sciences nearby, which could in the future be in cooperation, for example, between Finland and Estonia, and so you get the business, you get the public sector, and you get the academic world involved in the usage. So this all creates like demand between the nations, and I think that's an important topic to discuss. And the flight time is quite short. It's 35 minutes with a smaller aircraft now, because you have to evade the Russian airspace, but it would be even shorter if you go just directly between the points. But nonetheless, really fast. And you can't forget the potential of the Finnish capital region, which is right next by HelsinkiEast, so less than a 1 hour drive there. All of the largest company headquarters are there, and easy accessibility is important. About the vision, here is a few slides. About the idea is that not just look like 50 years from now on, that would not be believable, but we have to start from some smaller steps. And I think the first phase is that we have a 24/7 aerodrome for our unscheduled air traffic. That's the goal. And we separated in the feasibility study the points to aerodrome facilities, aviation services, and the business park around. And at the first stage, it's important to have, of course, the paved runway, maintenance hangars, etc., and all the like basic infrastructure that's required for the aerodrome. And then for the aviation services, you just need these on-demand operators to operate from the aerodrome around the clock with certain fleet. And you can have recreational aviation as of today also. And for the business park point, it's important to have as in the visualization, for example, the solar energy park for like the basic demand. You can use it to power the terminal, and in the future also for charging of the fleet of aircraft or the ground vehicles. And you have, of course, to build the technical infrastructure and so on, and that's kind of like the basic point of view. But looking into the farther of the future, of course, then there will be these new next-gen aircrafts available. We can use them in certain routes. For example, I mentioned a few of them before, but then the aerodrome should have, for example, remote control infrastructure, passenger terminal, wider, and also different kinds of hydrogen plant and electric charging and so on. And around the business park, you can, for example, the business parks which I showed you around the region can use sustainable aviation fuel production, because there's good opportunities in the refineries. For example, retrofitting some of the refineries or building new ones, that's an opportunity. And of course, e-commerce is also growing in Estonia. That's one opportunity that could use, for example, air cargo services. And in the long run, we have a vision of fully autonomous aerodromes with remote control, highly digital, zero carbon neutral, and that's like the long-term goal we're going. And of course, one aerodrome is not enough. We need to have a network. So this, hopefully Narva-Olgina is like a beacon of development for wider Estonian development, and maybe connected with Finland as Esa will soon explain a bit more. But yeah, this is kind of like the end goal, and for the business park, it's good, as I mentioned, that you have the companies that benefit from the aerodrome. So high value component manufacturing could be around the aerodrome, so they have quick deliveries via the air cargo services, and it can be all kinds of also manufacturing, assembling aircraft, whether it's UAVs, small electric planes, etc. And that's an opportunity that you have the knowledge for. The visualization was much nicer, but just to show you a map of this, so you can see the basic idea. So kind of like a 1.2 kilometer paved runway in the first phase, then certain hangars, private hangars for the private airplane owners, and then you have a lot of space for service and maintenance companies, production warehouse facilities, and on the southern area you have the location for the solar panel and energy storage linked to that. And then you, in the longer run, you of course can have hydrogen production and so on that benefits from the aircraft. But you have to link the development with the aircraft development. When you have hydrogen planes, then you should have the infrastructure also, so it goes like hand in hand. Then about the impacts, sorry about the small text here, but I'll try to simplify the solution. So the idea we're recommending is that the infrastructure should mainly be publicly owned, because, for example, if you compare to road or rail transport, the infrastructure is publicly owned and there's private operations on top of the infrastructure. And I think the similar one should be with aerodromes also in the future. So you have a private operator operating the actual aerodrome, but the infrastructure is public. This could be one solution, and there might be some varieties depending on the deals and so on, but the main idea is this. And then, of course, what are the impacts of the aerodrome and this service that's created? Of course, physically you can see the direct impacts. Better connectivity, better flight connections, the business gets air cargo services, so that's like the direct impacts. But if we look at the wider impacts, then we get more potential, and this is not so easy to see, but as general, you get state tax revenues, local tax revenues, tourism income, and non-monetizable benefits. For example, from the at least Finland, this is quite a common topic nowadays, the security of supply. I don't know if it's the right word, but kind of like this crisis situations and so on. And aerodromes play a critical role in this. We have different kinds of ambulance flights, etc., that are kind of like public service type of stuff. And as a whole, it increases business activity, the whole business park and aerodrome system, and attracts new population even. So you get even higher economic value from the investment. And just to show you an example, if this system that creates new, better connectivity and the industry sees this, so also it increases the chances of getting new investments into the area. Even if we get 500 new employees for these investments, it means 1 million annual tax revenue in the regional economy and nearly 5 million for the national economy. So if this would be achieved, it means that the whole aviation system and the aerodrome could be sufficiently operated with this money and much less. So that's just to give you an idea of the potential. And this is not an easy link to see, but it's kind of like in the longer run. Lastly, second to last slide, stakeholders. Who are the beneficiaries of this development? Here you can see the main ones divided in a bit different, kind of like private, public, different kinds of operators and so on. But I'll give you the main points here. So the idea, as I mentioned many times, business gets potential from better connectivity, better business relation possibility and so on, and it creates the boost around the region. And that's both for tourism, it's easier to more access, for example, come to Nooru Spa more easily via Narva-Olgina Aerodrome, for example, here, as we're here. This is one destination for the foreign customers, and that could be an opportunity there. And for population, you get new aviation services, you can fly abroad, and you can use the recreational aviation possibilities and other things that are coming with the aerodrome. With the flight operators, you of course get new route possibilities for this next-gen smaller aircraft, and then for the public sector in general, it increases the attractiveness of the county and the regions within it. It boosts the regional economy, as I showed, and also the supply point of view. So public emergency ambulance flights are a good opportunity there. And of course, there's new plots to be sold, and the government, of course, it boosts GDP in general, and it's an image point of view that you're a forerunner in this new technology, and you're actually making concrete decisions based on the drivers that I presented. And we have to not forget research and education, which is really critical for this kind of new development. So we need all kinds of public, private, and academy actors to work together, and I think this is also a possibility between Finland and Estonia to like even deeper connections between our nations. But this is the end of my presentation, and I think there are quite favorable winds blowing currently. Maybe not quite still right now, but yesterday it was quite windy when we visited the Narva-Olgina Aerodrome, and I wish you a inspiring future, and hope the best. Hopefully you get the aerodrome going as fast as possible, and I think we have clear steps for that, and the stakeholders are excited. So thank you from my part, and now maybe some questions possibly.
Yeah, we have actually we still have 10 minutes actually.
Ah,
Everybody's been nicely on schedule, and Jorma was also fast. So, straight away too. Let's take it from the left first. Man the microphone behind you.
So, Margus Ilmer, Estonian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and I would like to ask you, you probably have made a feasibility study to forecast the future incomes, and I saw that tourism is one of the stakeholders and beneficiaries of this airport. And have you calculated, or how big part of the future incomes you are planning to come from the tourism? Reason for asking is that in Estonia we are having a regional airport in Pärnu, and this was mostly planned for flying the tourists from Scandinavia to Pärnu. And the tourists are not so eager to come to Pärnu by plane. And when they calculated that how much money they pay to fly one tourist from Finland to Pärnu, I don't remember the amount, but this was a very big amount of money. So how big part of the future incomes are you planning to come from the tourism? And I hope that this is divided between the many sectors, that not only the tourism, but also other beneficiaries are important. Thank you.
Thank you. Good question. Yeah, the tourism one is a tricky one because it's hard to exactly calculate what are the impacts and what are the decision making in general. But I think we did not do any exact calculation on the tourism potential. But I think the main because nowadays there's a lot of potential tourist sectors here around, and also the industry is quite versatile. So I think the industry is first kind of like the basis for the demand and the benefits I showed, but in the longer run, I think the tourism, as it gradually increases, that gives a certain piece for the regional economy. But it's difficult to say, of course, the exact value. But it's studies show that it's clear connection, as I mentioned, between the increased aviation services and tourism, that they go hand in hand, because you can't have a perfect tourism concept without good accessibility.
Yeah. Okay. Allan Nõmmik from Estonian Aviation Academy. Thank you for the very beautiful presentation. A question related with the runway. First of all, it's been the 1,200, yes. But what about how wide? And second point, did you search about the alternative direction of the runway, especially speaking about the wind rows? Thank you.
Yeah, good point. I don't know, maybe Esa could answer this one because you're more in the technical details and so.
Yes, hello. I'm Esa Korjula, Redstone AERO. We have been working together with Riku. We are not so far with the runway dimensions. I would say make the runway as long as possible because of normal planes don't need so much of a runway, but for commercial operations you need the extra percentage, and if the runway is contaminated as in winter, then you need the extra length. So make as long as possible. We have just used the 1200 as a kind of a initial idea, and concerning the width, 30 meters is the minimum to have it approved for commercial instrument approaches. So minimum 30.
Awesome. Any more from the room? I get to ask mine in the meantime then. I was in Brussels just last week at an event and met the CEO of Hi-24, who flew on liquid hydrogen, I believe, just a few weeks ago. And he said something very interesting, so that's why I usually ask it from the Germans and the French, and they know what I'm talking about. He said it's 80% is administration, maybe 20% is the actual piloting in the process of developing these new aircrafts. So it's very interesting to actually ask, is there also something that's very difficult in Finland that you feel would be much better done and piloted here in Narva?
Tough one. Well, I think because the whole system is changing in aviation, I think I'll take a longer route here. I think because the system is gradually changing towards the vision picture I showed you, more like smaller aircraft and so on. It's a very systematic change, and at least in Finland we're quite stuck in our old mental images of large-scale aviation and so on. So the mental thing is difficult. Of course, ESA is doing great work, like changing this gradually, but I think, as the minister said, that you have, as a nation, are adaptive, and I think that's key to have as a nation. You adapt to new technology fast. So I think that's one key thing, that if you try new technologies, some would say, you're crazy, but you have to just full ahead, go with that, and I think that's a great thing in Estonia.
Awesome. Any more from the room? Esa is asking. You already know the answer, probably.
If I would like to add to the travel industry question a bit. It's really difficult to calculate the impact of Aerodrome to the travel industry. We have a good example in Finland, and there's a good example in Sweden as well. In Finland, in Finnish Lapland, Aerodrome of Kittilä was built. And around Kittilä, there are, I would say in Lapland, there are many hills all around, which are more or less similar. But when the airport of Kittilä was built, Levi and Ylläs became number one. Not everybody is flying there, but it caused that Levi and Kittilä were on the map of all the tourists, although the percentage of flying tourist is not so high. It is the same in Sweden. They have just a few years ago built the Scandinavian Mountains Airport. And not so huge amount of people are flying there, but they are on the map of everybody. So that is the real impact, but it's really difficult to calculate.
Yeah, right there.
I also have a small technical question about the runway. So this is a border zone, and we may understand that according to the wind, sometimes we need to come from the east to land. For the big airplanes, it may be a huge issue because there is no flight zone from that side. How do you think to solve it?
That's a good question.
I think ESA is the one for IFR.
You are right. It's a complication, and we have had lots of discussions whether to change the direction of the runway or even to, if we are building a new one, even to change the location. But we have understood it's too late or impossible. So what we would say is that you have the instrument approach only, can't remember the number of the runway, but only from the west. And then you make the cloud break, and then you may make a visual circuit to the headwind. I think that's the only option. And what you can do, you can put the lights like in a circle to make it easier. That's the way they do in, for example, in northern Norway.
If
not the best possible, but the only option.
Yeah, and it's of course based on the goal of the aerodrome. So how big aircraft do you want to have there? And in the vision we stated that because like in Finland and in Estonia, there are small volumes but important volumes both for passenger and cargo. So the smaller aircraft might be more suitable in the future and more economically feasible. So we don't fly large planes with empty seats. So I think that's one thing to consider also, and it's more easier to approach with smaller aircraft.
Yeah. And who knows, maybe the borders will change. Yes, the question is which direction, but I think maybe you have to be very quick here to grab the opportunity when it comes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, great. Thank you.
With this very good intro, and always feasibility studies and roadmaps are very nice, but the question is how to fulfill all of this. And I think it's very fitting that we can go straight to the real world experience with the CEO of Redstone AERO, Esa Korjula. Experience building the HelsinkiEast Aerodrome and maybe some others. But let's get that experience in. Thank you. Take it away.
We really have so much to learn from you. Minister said that you have JTF funding for over 300 million. Now I checked, we at HelsinkiEast area, we have 30 million, so you are doing something right. And also yesterday we visited with Riku the industrial area. I think it's a huge achievement. And from now on, I have learned that we are speaking the same language all together. Everything is up to accessibility, connectivity, and as Riku told, we are good examples of that. Instead of 8 hours, we could use 30 minutes to come here. It really is a change. I've been responsible of developing HelsinkiEast Aerodrome. It's now published in local AIP, and we are still on construction phase, and we have lots of, but it's in use. We have really lots of commonality with Narva. We also have an industrial area next to it. We are not so far with that yet, but we are working on it. Normally I draw this, but maybe it's easiest to take a photo and show it. A bit of a background before we started construction of HelsinkiEast. We thought, what is really happening at aviation, air transport? And I'm drawing this kind of line. At the other end, there is the traditional flag carrier Finnair with big aircraft, and at the other end, everybody has a friend who is flying with the parachute, with the engine or small ultralight or something like that. But you know a bit more than normal people. But normally when I show this, if they are politicians, decision makers, ordinary people, whoever, everything in between is empty. There is nothing. And I think everything what is in between is the most important thing happening. If I start from here, because we had a group from Narva coming last summer to HelsinkiEast to visit with the 9-seater Pilatus PC-12, and that's a modern way of air taxi on demand traffic, which is lower cost than previously the jets, and we had a small media happening there when you were arriving, and all the journalists asked, when do the flights from Narva to Helsinki East start? And I said, well, they just came from there. so the expectation is still that when does the Airbus come, the scheduled service? But that is not the question anymore. We are going to on-demand traffic, and we don't need to wait for the electric aviation. Of course, it is important, and we know it's happening, or hydrogen, or whatever. We already have the technology, we have the ability, the regulations have changed, we can use single engine turboprops, we can make the instrument approaches in bad weather to small airports and so on. We are ready already now. We had a Tech Runway Expo at September, and there were aircraft manufacturers showing their planes that here they are. We don't need the Airbuses or the big ones, we need the small ones, and they are ready. Well, maybe not too much of this, but we have already spoken a bit of so much of the electrification, hydrogen, air taxis, technology change. I believe that the concerning the future of aviation, the realistic first step is the drone logistics. First with cargo and later on with people. But we are really close to drone logistics. And what is going on already is we are talking about unmanned aircraft as a future. But military drones are flying all around Europe already. It's existing operations already. Still one word about the airliners. Every country used to have a flag carrier. Now there is, I think Finnair is only left, and difficulties as well. And what is happening there, they privatized, became low-cost airliners, the ticket prices dropped, and the next step is that they are going to smaller aircraft. Production of Boeing Jumbo Jet and Airbus 380 ended. Instead, the newest Airbus is 220, which, for example, Air Baltic uses, which is something like 100 plus seats, significantly smaller. So they are also going to more flexible connections. So that's our understanding of what is happening in air transport. For the air transport infrastructure, same kind of line. This is made of Finnish perspective, but it's the same everywhere. I have written there Helsinki, but it could be Tallinn as well. And then the same line, and at the other end there is, in this case, there is Narva-Olgina, which is at the moment a grass airfield with practically no infrastructure. Everything in between is empty. There are a few airports in between. But once again, everything what is interesting happens in between. First time we have the possibility to upgrade these small First of all, we have the need, and secondly, we have the possibility to upgrade these small airfields to serve communities, serve companies, to upgrade them to commercial status. We can make instrument approaches with satellite technology. We can implement, if we need the air traffic control, we can do that remotely and so on. Aircraft are smaller. We don't need the big airports anymore. In Finland, we have about 25 airports and maybe 60 to 80 airfields, which can be upgraded. Several examples. Iisalmi in middle of Finland. There's lots of export industry, and they have set up a kind of a demand for local city or local town to upgrade their they need to have the direct connection. It is everywhere. It is the same issue as at Narva. Hanko, which you probably know, which is #1 tourist town at summertime at Gulf of Finland coastline west of Helsinki. They have a similar place. Everybody drives there by car at summertime. But if you can reach Hanko from Estonia in half an hour or Sweden in half an hour, it will change the whole town. It will be Las Vegas of Finland or something, whatever. But it's easy to understand what a huge change is possible. And I should have checked how many of these small airfields you have here. We have visited many of them. Of course, it's only possible privately and with a very small aircraft, but it's so nice to come to Estonian side to fly to Jõhvi or Rakvere or wherever, because you have let's go to have a lunch at Rakvere, something like that. But everywhere, I think it's and we can build a new network. It's been only a network of big airports. We don't that they have their own meaning also in future, but we will have another network of smaller aerodromes. I would use that word. Plus, in the future, I have written here H, V, and D as heliport, vertiport, drone port. We are now using the word vertiport, but it's a bit up to who is speaking. The future of the unmanned drones, or future of aviation will not happen if we don't have this infrastructure ready. And not every airport needs to have a runway like this. There will be a huge amount of aerodromes with this kind of landing spot. But someone needs to design them, build them, make the permissions and operate them. And I believe in Finnish case, instead of the 100, there will be maybe 1,000 airports if you include all these. So it means that aviation will serve in many different ways instead of only the scheduled heavy traffic. In Europe, there are at the moment about 10,000 airports. But every airport has its own identity, own reason to exist or to be developed. And if I now go to what we have done to HelsinkiEast, why we are doing that, well, I think maybe there's something of interest or something to learn from that. We have 4 reasons to to be first we are Helsinki secondary airport. As you may know, Helsinki-Malmi, the historical airport was shut down. Really unfortunate. We couldn't help it. So we need another airport besides Helsinki-Vantaa. They have their own role in anyways, but every capital has also the secondary bigger capital. Tallinn is still okay. They can take everything, but almost every capital has also the secondary airport. Secondly, we have a research and development center which we call LIFT, where our universities and leading developers of future of aviation. And via this LIFT, we are arranging the yearly Tech Runway Expo, which is a community where we can change ideas. And thirdly, industry base. That's the HelsinkiEast area. We are kind of trying to learn something from here, how to build the industrial area. We also have 300 hectares of the whole area. And that's only the beginning at the moment, but anyways, it's on our agenda. And fourth, what we have learned quite a lot during 5 years of building, and we want to divide what we have learned. We want to build a network of airports, want to share our knowledge, and of course also because one airport is not enough if you not want to fly all around it, but you need a network to operate. A few photos how we it's very concrete. Although I have a degree in economics, but I'm also very hands-on or shovel-on. So I wanted to show the concrete photos of how we began. Very different from Narva-Olgina. We heard and we know that there is limestone just right after the grass, so you have excellent possibility to build the runway, not like this. But that's where we started. A bigger picture. What is good is we have a brand new highway just next to the Aerodrome. That was the place we originally thought that could the runway be there? And that's how it started. Some considerations, maybe not going too deep, but to give you an idea of what you need to consider when you are going forward with the airspace. As was also, it is really a question here, but it can be solved. Environmental permissions, it's a long process, need to start CAA permits, partly EASA permits, cooperation, well, with municipality, it's obvious here, neighbor relations, I think just a list of things to consider. HelsinkiEast, here's the highway. That was, or that is owned by the Aerodrome company, and that this is the whole area owned partly by the municipality. But as Vadim said, key issue is to own the area, not to build to someone else's land. Helsinki-Malmi had a rental agreement of 100 years, but that didn't help when they decided to close it. So it's better to own the land. Digging started at July, summer 2017. we started with one excavator. It is there, and it looked like this. First we cut the trees and started digging. 2 months later, it also already started looking like a runway, and quite soon, first landing on gravel, as you can see. And we wanted to show that first landing is not done with not to say badly about people who are flying as a hobby, but we didn't want to show an ultralight coming boom. We wanted to show a serious business aircraft coming to show that also small airports can be used commercially and serve communities all around. Still going on, a few more pictures of this. I'm so proud of the process that I want to show this. Asphalt, some more digging. Now we started with 1 kilometer of runway, now we have 2 kilometers, and that's the maximum we can do. And as I pointed out, I would do it as long as possible, because it's often more than 50% more than the flight manuals demand for the runway if the runway is contaminated or you use commercial operations. Looks like this. And start actions as soon as possible. As I told, it's published. We have publishing is also very important, so that everybody all around Europe can see that pilots and airline companies, when they have a customer that we want to go to Narva, they look at the official publishings and they want to see immediately what services, what kind of a runway, what kind of approaches, that kind of stuff, and where can I phone. So it's an important step to upgrade from airfield to publish it officially and have some kind of own airspace as well. HelsinkiEast at the moment, it's the aerodrome cluster around it and will be an aerodrome network. We have lots of interesting discussions at the moment in various Finnish locations. Some points to. I think I have more to learn from you than you from me, but some things to consider anyways. I wanted to write first of all Narva with bold letters. When you have the connectivity and accessibility, you can write Narva with bigger letters, and that's the idea. 2024, don't hesitate, go forward. First of all, we can use the public fundings and whatever to start flight operations with Pilatus or Cessna Caravan, something like that, 10-seaters, to make test flights, to kind of attract attention. Attention, interest, desire, action. And no reason to hesitate. Start something at once, as soon as possible. I want to come to Narva Aerodrome next summer for a fly-in. That's another way of kind of generating interest and discussion. Put the approval procedures forward. It will take time, so start sooner than later. Aerodrome operator Riku pointed out some options how to divide the work with different interest groups, and also the technical specs design. We need to decide, or you need to decide how long the runway, what are the measurements, so on, that kind of stuff. So that was it.
Thank you, Esa. Very good overview, straight away from the aviation people.
Thank you very much for very interesting presentation. I have 3 questions.
Nice.
First of all, do we have some cooperation with some educational institutions, maybe with Haaga-Helia in Porvoo or other? Second point, it's just how many operations you have on the Rio runway per day, for example, average? And third one, how you cover the operation costs, it means that especially in winter. Thank you.
First question, we have Haaga-Helia and XAMK, which is the Southeastern University of Applied Sciences. They are members of LIFT, the research cluster, and also some others, and we are expecting there to be more. So we are cooperating quite a lot. And how many operations? It varies a lot. When we have training, we have had fixed wing training, and at the moment that the Finnish Aviation Academy helicopter pilot training is located at HelsinkiEast, so they have lots of operations. Concerning taxi flights, occasionally, depending, it actually quite a lot of Estonian and Baltic traffic, but it's only a beginning. And for the winter maintenance, we have a local contractor doing it partly, and partly we are doing it own, because it needs also special equipment what we need to buy ourselves. We have a combination of a plow on a truck, and it tows brush and blower. So that's the way we do it.
Awesome. Well, we have a longer question online also on how deeply did you analyze the instrument approach procedures, but I think we already sort of answered that also in the previous section, because you can only approach from the west, and then of course you have to go, if you miss the approach, like what are the procedures to do after that to avoid
that's a good question. Maybe difficult to go too deeply now there, but that's a key element. What is the latest point you can make the missed approach to be able to turn away from Russian border?
Yeah, well, it could be a pilot in itself, I suppose, in that sense, to have an airport this close where you can actually demonstrate these types of procedures, because there's probably not too many airports in the world.
Yeah, but from there are quite a lot of airports which are close to mountain, and we can also say that there is a mountain on the border.
Awesome. Well, in that case, I will not hold you much longer from the next very interesting session, because we next have lunch for 45 minutes. So thank you very much.
Thanks.
And you got this. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll see you all back 2 p.m. So 45 minutes to enjoy yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back from the lunch. Next up, we have a speaker who I hope was again pleased with the very good food we had here in Estonia. And they're already in collaboration with the Estonian government as well, with building something very unique indeed. I'd like to welcome on stage Mr. Hubertus Groepper, Project Manager of LifeSaver program at Airbus. Please.
Thank you, Marek. Thank you everyone for having me at this conference. My name is Hubertus. I lead an innovation program at Airbus. I will take that opportunity to introduce maybe a bit of a complementary vision of what could be done in Ida-Viru County around the theme for this business seminar. We talked a lot earlier today about regional air transport with planes. Does it need to be planes? Does it need to be regional? We heard all the way up to Warsaw, for example. Does it need to be passenger transport? Does it actually need to be only aviation? So we'll try to offer some complementary ideas as a bit of a vision setting. But let's first start with the aviation part. So I work at Airbus, an aerospace company born in Europe, but now active worldwide. Just briefly to give you an idea how we're set up, there are 3 divisions. Somebody was kind enough to enumerate our different airliner products already. So that's the biggest division, the commercial airliners from the A220, Air Baltic, for example, all the way to the former, I have to say, A380. Our second largest division is Defense and Space. As the name suggests, this is building a number of military aircraft of different types, but also quite a bit of hardware in for space, so from launches to satellites and all of the intelligence to extract that information from the satellites and make sense of it. The portfolio is very broad. There's also communications technology in there, but that's our second division. And then there is the third division, and this is the helicopters division. This is where I'm based in. I'm one of about 20,000 employees serving, you see the numbers here, around about 3,000 operators. We're the largest civil helicopter manufacturer. There's quite a few of these in operations, clogging in at more than 3 million flight hours. In helicopter worlds, that's a lot. Helicopters fly a lot less on average per year than the big commercial airliners. What you see on the screen is an H225 flying on 100% SAF, sustainable aviation fuel. I'll get to that in a minute, but that's roughly Airbus. Last year, so in 2022, and just to set a little bit the scene, the big picture, the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, that's part of the United Nations family, has taken the entire aviation industry, so all of us here as well, onto a path to net zero by 2050. This is called the long-term aspirational target. And by some estimates, by some measurements, the aviation industry has, if you start back in the 90s, done about 50% of that path. The question really is, how do we go about the next 50%? And there are a couple of ways to do that, and again, based on ICAO estimations, calculations that we share and that we fully back. The largest part of that next 50% needs to come or will come from sustainable aviation fuel. And I think it has been mentioned earlier today in a little bit of the different talks, but that is a major opportunity also to develop a whole industry and whole ecosystem around that, because there is scarcity of supply. Sustainable aviation fuel is just picking up. There are many different technologies to produce it, many different feedstock where it can come from. So also lots of opportunity to develop some industrial activity around that, maybe transition from some other fossil fuels into that newer synthetic fuel world. This will contribute to more than 50% of the path towards net zero. Another part, a much smaller part, will come from actually improving operations. So this is a lot in traffic management, in trajectories. We have done experimentation with formation flights of different aircraft and so on. So this is around about 8 to maybe 10% of the remaining path that can come from this piece. And then a whole lot will be, the rest, more than 30%, will be from new technologies, upgrading existing fleets and introducing radically new aviation technologies. At the size of Airbus, we're also a big industrial company. We're obviously also looking at the footprint, the emission footprint that our operations create, our industry operations. We've subscribed to some scientific-based measurement targets, publishing that very openly. I think this is also something that obviously when you set up a new business park and so on, you will take into account from the beginning. And then I already mentioned a bit satellites. This is one example of how aviation can actually play a very positive role, because these satellites are providing the data, the insight in monitoring climate change, deforestation, providing really accurate measures over long time series and so on. So we're very active in this, in supporting government organizations to actually have the data on which they can act. So what we call actionable insight. Taking it back to my home division of helicopters and trying to apply these broad themes a little bit more on our products. As of today, all of our helicopters are certified to fly with 50% aviation SAF blend, so standard jet A1 blended with SAF. This is certified on the engines, on the fuel system, and all the other elements. There are experimental flights going on. I've shown the picture of taking that up to 100%. We're working a lot on improving the efficiency of our existing airframes. A lot of the contribution towards net zero over that long time period will come from replacing existing aircraft. So the 145 aircraft that you see, this one here, is already several decades in production over different iterations, and just the last version introduced a major improvement in terms of efficiency by better aerodynamics, new rotor systems, and so on. There's a lot still that can be done on existing airframes. Obviously, when we introduce completely new programs, the 160 that's next to it, we can design it right from the start to be very efficient, and there's greater savings, so to say, that can be had from these new airframes, still utilizing or still relying on conventional helicopter architectures. We're building a couple of technology demonstrators to take us to the next step. So one is Racer, and this may be interesting in the context of regional mobility. It's a Clean Sky 2 European-sponsored project for combining a rotor for lift with a wing and some pusher propellers. It's difficult to see, but there are some pushers here to fly faster, further, and consume way less energy. We're also going in the same direction as the automotive industry, if you want, by tackling hybridization, so combining combustion engines with electric motors, with electric engines in different forms. This aircraft is actually flying. It's our test lab, and validating those concepts, those new architectures in flight. But then the exciting part starts, obviously, when we talk about something completely new, going towards zero-emission architectures, concepts. I'll briefly mention the hydrogen part, because this is still quite a bit out in the future. It's not clear whether we will burn hydrogen or whether that will be fuel cells. The whole ecosystem around it is also still under development. What is really in reach and what we're actually building today is full electric flight with the what we call eVTOL. I think the acronym has been mentioned earlier today, the electric vertical takeoff and landing aircraft. So this aircraft, we call it City Airbus Next Generation, is coming together in Donauwörth in Bavaria, so we can see it grow nearly every day. It's not the first one that we have built. We have already flown two completely different concepts, one in the United States in Silicon Valley that was around a tilted wing concept for high cruise speeds, and another one again in south of Germany that was more like a quadcopter kind of arrangement that had very strong hover performance. We've combined the benefits of those two very different aircraft architecture into City Airbus Next Gen, which we built to be certifiable under the new EASA SC VTOL Special Condition VTOL regulations. So that's the new regulations framework where Europe is really leading, and that's also providing, by the way, an opportunity for European aviation industry. We have the first robust certification framework for that type of aircraft in the world to design this new aircraft. So not go through all the features, but what we'd like to point out is it's in the name, City Airbus, and many of you will have heard Urban Air Mobility, UAM, as a name and associate that with flying taxi. Yes, ultimately, that could be the vision. Everybody can use that. We fly short point-to-point connections. But we very firmly believe that there is a lot of value in earlier, more practical missions, and we are focusing on 3 of them. Ecotourism, so this is to really not disturb, if you want, the pristine landscape, the pristine nature, something I would like to see around here. Didn't have the chance driving here yesterday night. It was very snowy and dark, but from the pictures I've seen, that could be actually fitting. Connecting communities is our way to say regional and local mobility. I think this is a topic of the conference that has been mentioned many, many times. But then one that I would really like to bring up, and that is the project that I'm leading, is using these new eVTOL for medical services. For each of these missions, of these applications, Airbus is working with partners to develop what we call complete ecosystem. And somebody mentioned earlier today that it is important to be on the map. So yes, this is our map. These are our ecosystems in active development. You see Estonia on it. This is the reason, Marek, why we met many times before, and I've been invited today. So we're building actually these advanced air mobility ecosystems in many different places in the world, and we're very proud and happy to be building one of them for medical missions here in Estonia. I'll just give a short overview of the largest of these that we're doing in our backyard between the city of Munich, the airport of Munich, and the city of Ingolstadt, which is not so far from where our factory is located, headquarters of Audi. This is very much developing a minimum viable product for passenger transportation, connecting the airport with another regional city. And as you can maybe see from those elements here, it's focusing on the U-space, on the airspace management, on the integration of this vehicle in a very crowded airspace already. I think that topic came up earlier already. And then also very much on how do we integrate the vertiport, the ground infrastructure, into an urban or an airport setting. This is a very large initiative. The state of Bavaria has or is supporting this with 100 million, and then the private sector is putting on quite a bit more, and there's research, of course, associated to that, so lots of partnership. I think the question also came up with universities to use it as a living lab and to understand how these future mobility concepts need to be designed. But then this is also how Airbus presents these, the air medical mission more broadly. So we're working in Norway, or we will start working in Norway, should be saying, to work with an operator, current HEMS, so Helicopter Emergency Medical Services operator, on designing the aircraft in such a way that it is optimal for medical missions. So this is all about the cabin, the interior design, and some of characteristics of the aircraft. But then in Estonia, here, right here, and we hope in Ida-Viru, we're designing the entire ecosystem around the aircraft, or beyond the aircraft, as the title suggests. And this is what I would like to present a little bit. When we have a new next generation aircraft coming online, being certified, being ready, don't we want to take this opportunity to also have the next generation of an emergency medical system? And that has 2 very simple benefits. Number 1, better emergency medical services, better healthcare services to the population of Estonia. But then if we design it in a smart way, it can also become a showcase for all sorts of innovation, not only the aviation part, it can be health tech, it can be digital, and many other telemedicine, AI. I mean, all of these words that can be applied in emergency medical services. So the idea is also to build this next generation ecosystem as a showcase, as a business platform out of Estonia. What we'd like to propose, and I realize that I'm much faster than the time that has been allocated to me, so that we have maybe a bit more time than for questions. So Marek, please get ready. We actually looked at a number of what we call innovation modules. So maybe a bit of context. We have been working with Enterprise Estonia, with the government, with Marek, as you said, with the government of Estonia, different ministries, for roughly a year on identifying what could be done to improve the existing emergency medical system in Estonia. So very much medically led, with a medical partner, International SOS here, to understand where would it be most impactful to bring in aviation and other new technologies. And from those, we have developed what we would call 5 innovation modules or 5 innovation initiatives that are all, if you want, holistic from the point of view that they consider regulations, they consider funding, they consider concept of operations, medical procedures, integration into the EMS system, and so on and so forth. And 2 of them are illustrated here and is what we would very much see as a fit for this region. The first one is to use very large or larger drones, at least, as a start for medical transportation. So yes, scaling all the way up to eVTOL, but starting, I think that was also mentioned earlier today, starting today with larger drones that can provide meaningful or substantial medical payloads. So let's say 10 units of whole blood to an accident scene or the equivalent amount to a secondary hospital. And the other part that we would like to propose, and that's a bit different to the architecture plans that you have shown, is what we would call HealthPort. It's the combination, so it's a piece of infrastructure for rural areas or remote areas that combines the aviation element of a vertiport. I think the name has also come up, so charging infrastructure, landing, the airspace that comes with it, everything that the aviation side would need for an eVTOL, starting with drones, but also adding to that healthcare capabilities. For example, telemedicine capabilities that really provide clinically relevant data so that people don't have to either call an ambulance or drive an hour or wait 2 weeks to get an appointment of their family doctors. And not everybody is from Estonia, but the family doctor situation in Estonia, like in many other places, is getting more difficult, as about 1/3 of family doctors will retire in the next couple of years, so this becomes a pressing issue of public health. Long story short, the idea is to have this sort of infrastructure that combines aviation and why not also ground mobility. You're using a lot of autonomous vehicles already for last mile delivery, with social and healthcare services, so that there's actually direct, immediate value giving to these communities. And in that sense, this can become a business platform, again, with the objective of being also a showcase of what non-aviation technology can also offer in this region, and that can be integrated either with the drones or with this piece of infrastructure. I'll stop right there. I do have a thank you slide, but it's boring.
Excellent. So you left some good room for extra discussions.
Yes, go back. Yeah.
I'll start with a very quick one. So the densely populated area or sparsely populated area, you have in Germany the densely populated comparison. In Estonia, everything is sparsely. So which one wins most?
Wins on which dimension?
Let's say from the LifeSaver program itself.
The challenges are fundamentally different, right? I mean, in very densely populated areas, it's often difficult to get to somewhere because it's too packed. An emergency vehicle may take just a lot of time. Infrastructure is really limited, so the vertical component of air rescue is important. In a sparsely populated area, it is just very expensive to organize high-quality services for everybody if you essentially have, thankfully, low demand. So you have very few people that would actually be also the taxpayers for that. So organizing that in an efficient way is really key and something that we can learn from Estonia.
Excellent. Anything from the public? Lack of questions. Do you see any pushback, let's say, from the traditional medical industry when all of these new technologies are coming in?
No, we don't see pushback. But of course, I mean, and this is really important, we are interacting with a very complex, well-established ecosystem of some sort, talking about emergency services, about public health. And people working in there have a clear mandate and don't have a lot of resources and time to go about experimentation. So what helped us a lot is to talk about the next generation of the system as a bit of a greenfield or blue ocean, or however you want to call it. And brainstorm essentially together with them, and that's what we've done quite extensively, on what this innovation could actually provide that solves their needs. So we're not meddling, if I may, with the current system so much, but this is also why I chose the title of the eVTOL being a catalyst. It can actually spark something completely new, and then it's a lot more fruitful discussion.
Excellent. Yes, right here.
One question here. You've mentioned both emergency medicine and family medicine. I do understand that if, I don't know, somebody is dying, then you need a helicopter to bring them to Tartu. But if somebody needs a personal medicine appointment, how would it be cost efficient? Will you, I don't know, pack 10 patients at the same time to put them into a helicopter and then bring them to Tartu clinic, or how does it work?
Now, that's a very good question. So first about the relation of emergency medicine and primary healthcare, so family doctors. What we found in Estonia, but it's absolutely not limited to Estonia, it's a big problem in many, many places, is that emergency services are the most accessible, the most convenient way to get help, even if you're not dying. So people will call the ambulances, expect the ambulances to come. In Estonia, it's free of charge. It's high quality service. They don't need to go anywhere. As a result, emergency services are completely saturated with requests that are not emergencies. Has a lot of consequences. I will not go into that, but that's essentially the relationship with the two. So we're helping some way outside of the emergency medical system by providing an alternative point of care, point of contact to patients to avoid that they would utilize the emergency medical services. And the idea here is to have a piece of infrastructure that actually works without a family doctor when you think about really advanced telemedicine, but also may have what we call the flying doctor. So essentially a room for a consultation, and the doctor that may not have large enough of a catchment area, so to say, in some of these places, can come there once a week or whatever the frequency is. And we've seen that in other countries. Yeah? And to minimize travel time, because that's a time that the doctor cannot see a patient, why not use an eVTOL?
Awesome. And now the online also start buzzing pleasantly. So the first one, do you have a plan for the timeline already for what I assume here is meant the city Airbus then in Estonia? And if yes, when are the first flights?
So these are different questions. Estonia has not bought the city Airbus, and we're not selling it. Yeah, so just to have that sorted out. This is about building an ecosystem. And yes, when the eVTOL will be available and certified, I think that's an important distinction. We're talking more about the second half of the decade, and don't go into more details on that.
Yeah, here's another difficult one for you. Sparsely populated, so not many taxpayers. How do you pay off such a high-tech system?
Well, that's the reason why we're here. What we learned and what amazed us about Estonia is the story of the e-services, of the e-government services that the country shows off so well in Tallinn in the showroom. And we did not know that, but it was, I mean, you know, and you're using it, so I'm not the one to tell you, but maybe for those who are not familiar with it, it's government-based. It's how can the government provide public services to this sparsely populated population without areas, without investing in bricks and mortar, so to say, and going all in digital. And I think Estonia has the track record of making that work. And that's a big appeal for us to come here and build this kind of ecosystem, because of a lot of the solutions like telemedicine or using AI for better decision making, using drones instead of large aircraft, is actually saving cost.
Yeah, so greener, cheaper, and faster.
Yeah.
Well. Awesome. Anything else from the room? Still have a few minutes left. Go on. All the hard-hitting ones. Yeah. Have you done the calculations, by the way, of, let's say, HEMS helicopter versus eVTOL in terms of these same three figures?
Yeah, so that's a question we get quite a lot. So HEMS is Helicopter Emergency Medical Services. That's something that exists in nearly all EU member states, but not in Estonia. So the question has come up quite a few times. We're not pitting the eVTOL against the HEMS helicopter in terms of performances, capabilities, payload range, cabin space, and so on. They're operating on very different performance levels, if I may. What's interesting is how can you add this new capability of the eVTOL that has maybe less performance than a helicopter, but more than, for example, a car? How can you integrate that new asset into the existing system that has a lot of infrastructure, hospitals, ambulance bases, people living there, and so on? How can you do that? This is more what we're interested in. So we're not, one is not replacing the other. They need to be complementary.
Awesome. So, Vadim, I'm taking a question from your book now, because if he says yes, come land in Narva, what's the next step then?
Sit together and design this thing.
Awesome. So build it, they will come, yeah? That's the typical one. Super, thanks. Let me get you a bag as well from our secret bag room. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Thanks a lot. There you go. Right, the next one should be joining us from online, because EVIA and EVIA, that's a pretty cool pairing already, just from the name alone. And here to give an overview of one of my favorite topics, actually, which is zero-emission aircraft, and also the infrastructure that has to be there to support it. And we've already discussed some infrastructure today, but let's get a view on that from the CTO of EVIA, Müess, who's paving the way to become Europe's first 100% green regional airline. So I hope you're online. Yes, perfect. Go ahead. We can see you.
Well, hello and good afternoon from Bremerton, Narva, and thanks for having me and giving us the opportunity to talk about a bit about what we say is the future of regional air mobility in the sense of the traditional airline model. And just before I get started too much, I assume you can hear me well? Fantastic. So, as I said, we're based in Bremen. My name is Suell. I'm the CTO for AERO, and unfortunately, I can't travel to Narva today, but I hope to try to make my best to do this online and remote and give you a brief idea of what we have planned for the next couple of years and what our vision is for regional aircraft and regional air travel. As AERO, we strive to be the first 100% sustainable airline. And we don't say we want to offset our carbon footprint. We don't want to produce a carbon footprint in the first place. And the way we want to do this and what we want to offer is provide point-to-point connections for the regional economy. So what is needed by the economy, by people living in the region? Where do they want to go in the morning? How they want to come back in the afternoon? We're based in Bremen. One example from your place would be if you want to go to Finland in the morning, come back in the afternoon. Right now, you have to take a car, you have to take the ferry, then you have to come back. It takes a lot of time. So what we want to do is enable point-to-point connections with aircraft that are more advanced than what we have right now. Because the model, if you think about history in aviation, is something that has been done before and has been done with aircraft which are currently well aging. Especially if you look, for example, at Germany, in the 90s, we had 16 different regional airlines. Right now, we have 0. And that is because those aircraft that had been operating on those high density routes, but with small equipment, those aircraft have been very old, very expensive to maintain, very high to run in fuel burn, and therefore just not economical in any way. So with the new technology emerging, and as I'm quite happy you had the Aviation Alice as your front runner for all the presentations. That's actually one of the aircraft that we have been purchasing. Those electric aircraft, they have way less parts, especially in the combustion engine, which is not there at all. So you have If you think about it a bit, you can compare it to running an electric car as compared to your gasoline car. You have way less maintenance, you have way less parts moving, you have way less parts braking, and therefore your overall operational costs will be lower on the electric aircraft and on the hydrogen aircraft compared to a traditional aircraft. That's what we're banking on, and we're quite confident in those numbers with our suppliers. And this way we can reactivate routes that have been proven economically viable in the past, and also create new routes based on the economic needs of today. So as I said, one of the aircraft that we'll be using for this is the Alice from EVIAtion. It's a wonderful aircraft. In March, we had the opportunity to visit EVIAtion in Seattle, and we had a nice drive out to Moses Lake, where they had their first full-scale demonstrator based. Some of you might have heard the demonstrator, the first flight in September last year. Just beware, that was a demonstrator first flight, not the start of the certification process. So they did a one-to-one scale demonstrator, which flew for quite a few minutes, and they proved that they can make an aircraft in that size fly. And now they're working on building that project into something that is actually the whole aircraft, which we will be purchasing, and starting operations in Europe in 2029. That aircraft has 9 seats for passengers, 2 pilots, pressure cabin, very nice product, beautiful windows. It's just more the feeling of a small business jet than what you currently have with aircraft of that size. Right now, we signed an LOI over 25 of those aircrafts. We are one of the European launch customers, and we're actually the launch customer for the commercial, I call it the commuter aircraft. So there's one freight version which will go to DHL, which will be operated in North America. There's the executive version going to an automotive OEM in Germany, and then we will get the first commuter aircraft in Europe. And it will start from the schedule operations in North America in 2028 with the FAA license. And once the EASA license is gone through, we expect our aircraft in 2029. Something that's way closer in the future is the Crownfield Aerospace Solution modification for the Britten-Norman Islander. It's a bit of a long name there. I'm sure those of you who are very interested in aviation already know and have an opinion for the Britten-Norman Islander. It's a very, very special aircraft. It has fantastic short takeoff and landing capabilities. For example, in the North Sea, if you want to go to Heligoland, you can take the ferry or you can take that aircraft, and that's about it if you want to go commercially. It can go from runways which are so short there's no other aircraft that can perform in these kind of environments. And what Crownfield Aerospace Solutions is doing is taking this airframe, which has been proven for a few decades now, and converting that into hydrogen electric. So what you can see on the wing right there, quite prominent in the foreground, is a big tank, which is on the hard points, which are already on the aircraft, so they don't have to develop anything new for that. And under those hard points, you got hydrogen pressure tanks mounted, so we're talking gaseous hydrogen here, not liquid hydrogen. And in the nacelle, you have the whole technology with the electrolyzer, the heat exchanger, all those bits and pieces, the electric motor, and under the nacelle, you got a small heat exchanger that will get rid of the excess heat from the electrolyzer, from the fuel cell. Sorry, so from the hydrogen fuel cell. So this aircraft is an STC, supplemental type certificate. So you take the original aircraft, you modify the engine. It's basically like an engine modification from the certification point, and therefore that aircraft will be in service much shorter. We expect certification by end of 2026 with entry into service in 2027. We ordered 15 of those conversion kits, which will be added to the Britten-Norman Islanders. That can either be new aircraft or modified aircraft. And we also secured a slot for the upcoming development after that. So basically for Crownfield Aerospace Solutions, the modified Britten-Norman Islander is a stepping stone into hydrogen electric airliners. And what they'll be doing next after that is a 19-seat aircraft. So we said, of course, we want to have the first of those on the European mainland, and that will be a much different picture to be operated. So what can we do with these kind of aircraft? One of the use cases in one of the airports we are working quite closely with is Redstone Airport in HelsinkiEast. I hope that some of you realize that on the map. You see the inner circle, that's the range that we can reach with the hydrogen electric aircraft, and the outer circle is what we can reach with the battery electric aircraft. So there are quite a few very interesting destinations in the inner circle, which we can do with hydrogen electric. You've got Tampere, you've got Tallinn, and you've got Narva. So those are kind of operations we could service out of Helsinki. And there's one thing about the whole energy side, which I'll be talking a little bit later about, but just to see where we're at right now, we need to make that energy that we require to charge our aircraft and to make the hydrogen. So at Helsinki, we will be building a 50 megawatt PV plant to make that energy ourselves at the airport without putting a huge load on the grid. Second use case that we've been looking at is Cuneo in northern Italy. That is an airport which has not much use for the islander because the distances and the ground roads on the road connections on the ground are so close that there's not so much interesting stuff happening within 200 kilometer range. But as soon as you go a little bit further, if you go into the 300 kilometers up to 400, that's where you got the Mediterranean Sea. If you want to go to the islands, if you want to go to France, if you want to go across the Alps, those are the places where the Alice really shines. And we got a lot of really interesting opportunities where you say, okay, I want to go from Cuneo to Zurich in the morning and come back in the afternoon. That's the service we intend to offer. So all our flights are intended to be at least double daily. So you can go there in the morning, you can come back in the afternoon. And therefore save a significant amount of travel time compared to current modes of transportations, and also do that without any environmental impact. As I previously said 2 slides back, is how do you get the energy in place that you need to operate these aircraft? And that is something that we've been working on for the past 2 years, because there's one thing finding an aircraft manufacturer and say, okay, this is a product I believe in, we're going to sign an order for this aircraft. But then you got this aircraft in 2027 and you want hydrogen at the airport, or in 2029 you need megawatt charging capabilities. And right now there are, I dare say, there's no airport in the world that can megawatt charge an aircraft right now. So we took matters into our own hand and said we will develop an energy infrastructure that we can deploy at our base airports. And this way we can make sure that there's green energy available, it is in sufficient amount of energy available, and we can store that, we can turn that into hydrogen and make sure that our aircrafts can be serviced the way that we need them to be serviced. So we call this the energy cycle. On the top section, you see the PV and hydrogen component. We will have some battery storage and hydrogen storage. We will then turn that energy into the aircraft. And then the marketing gets a little bit tricky. In the aircraft, at least in the Airbus, we have batteries. And after a while, those batteries will degrade. That's what happens to every battery. So after a few years of operation, we will have to take out those batteries and upgrade them to the next generation of batteries. Those batteries will not go into landfill. We will reuse them at the next airport to upgrade our storage at the airport, and that is how the battery cycle closes. One nice thing about it is that with every single battery swap, we actually upgrade the capabilities of those electric aircraft. So with the current financial assets, if you invest into something like a car or an airplane, the value of those assets drops over time. We call that a depreciating asset. And with electric aircraft, we like to call it an appreciating asset, because it will get more valuable over time as you increase the range and the operational capabilities by upgrading to the latest battery modification. So this is what we call a sustainable value chain. The whole value chain from, so just click this out of the way, from within the EVIA ecosystem. You see on the right 2 points, regional airline operator, that is what we want to be, and that is our goal, why we do the whole thing. But classic airlines, especially regional airlines, that's the point where they start making money. They operate the aircraft, they sell tickets. And that is a challenging business to be in, to be honest. So there are a lot of people who supply into that operational model and supply the airline with all the stuff they need, and especially fuel is a huge cost factor of current airline operations. And we said, as there is currently no infrastructure, we can also incorporate that into our sustainable value chain. So as I said, we start with the PV, we'll invest and operate, then we'll invest and operate into electrolyzers. we will build charging stations, we'll build electricity storage, and then we can sell that energy internally to the aircraft. And while we're at it, while we're doing this, especially building the PV, and we say, why not build the PV a little bit bigger, that we can also supply the region and make sure that there's a regional local benefit of what we're doing here. So we can increase the PV size to also power the airport. So the airport has some green electricity. We can look at who is industry around the airport, what kind of communities are next to the airport. So we make sure that everybody who is next to the airport also participates in this new technology. And if you look at the picture at the bottom right, that is actually not a rendering or a fancy graphic. That is a picture of the airport Groningen-Elde in the Netherlands. They currently operate a 22 megawatt PV panels with the size 22 megawatts airside on the apron. What you can't see on the picture on the left-hand side is the runway. So you see how there's some spacing around the taxiway. So that airport is still in operation and striving, and they produce way more energy than they can need. This is the single line diagram of the energy solution that we envision. As I said, it starts on the top left corner with the PV panels, and that is something that's crucial because at airports we normally have free space available, which is currently only covered by grass. So if we build PV panels on top, there's still grass underneath it. So from the economical, environmental standpoint, there's not much happening. But we can use that kind of free space, which has to be free for navigation purposes, to generate the electricity we need for green aircraft and green aviation. We will connect those PV panels by microgrid, because normally airports, they all have their own electricity grid, but they are not designed to handle the multi-megawatt load that we will be putting on them with the electric panels and with the electric aircraft and the solar panels. So you got the line diagram in the middle, that is connected to a buffer battery, so that the solar panels will feed into the buffer battery, and the buffer battery will then in turn provide the peak power that is needed by the aircraft to charge. If you look at the Alice, you're talking about 2 to 3 megawatts peaks, which you need per aircraft at charging. That is something you cannot draw from a PV panel, and there's something that you absolutely cannot draw from the electrical grid. So this way, the battery balances the load of the whole system and also provides constant electricity flow into the hydrogen electrolyzer. So what we have is a supplier that can produce electrolyzers in 24 shipping containers, which are highly versatile. As far as electrolyzers go, plug and play, I'd say. But you don't have to build huge industries around it. You can do this shipping container based, and you can upgrade the system as your airline network grows, which is quite significant here. So you can upgrade the PV, you can upgrade the battery, you can upgrade the electrolyzers, because that's all modular based on shipping containers. Also, this way it is very easy to deploy. We don't need any special transport. As long as a truck can get to the site, we can build there. So what we did is develop all the supplier environment. So we found suppliers for PV, which is glare-free. We have got a battery supplier, we got an electrolyzer supplier. We found somebody who will do the hydrogen refueling trucks for the hydrogen aircraft. And that whole system ties in and can be deployed at different airports in the world. It can also be connected to the grid. And right now, those electrical towers are just a placeholder for the community who will also partake in that surplus energy. And this way, we can enable airports to service megawatt charging for aircraft and to also service hydrogen aircraft with the hydrogen that's produced on site. This is our status quo of the current developments. As I said, in Finland, there's one airport where we'll be developing 50 megawatts next year. There's one in Italy at 20 megawatts. There's one in Germany, we're looking at 12 megawatts, and France and Spain, both one airport with 20 megawatts each. And there's one very interesting opportunity in Romania, which we're closely following for next year, which is in the 50 megawatt range. Right now, Narva is not on that list. We're in first discussions, and we'd be happy to partake there as well. But as you see, our timeline is quite aggressive because we need to be ready by the time that those aircraft enter into service. So we're looking at 2024, 3 airports will apply for the building permits to build the first infrastructure setups, which will be the PV panels and the microgrid. And then as the aircraft arrive, we'll upgrade with battery storage and hydrogen electrolyzers. As I said, our timeline is quite aggressive, and we have to be. You see the two vertical lines on the right-hand side, those are the entry into service. The right-hand one is the entry into service of the Alice. The left-hand one between 2026 2027 is the entry into service of the Britten-Norman Islander. And if you go left from that, it is quite clear that we had to start early this year. We actually started last year with the preparations, and then this year talking to the airports, making sure that we have the first three for phase one finalized. And now we're in the process of doing the infrastructure detail design so that we can apply for building permits early next year. And in parallel to that, of course, build the airline, prepare that. So there'll be two parts to the whole company. One is the infrastructure side, one is the airline side. And that is quite important. All the infrastructure that we provide is open infrastructure. So we don't build charging stations just for our aircraft. We're happy to service anybody who wants to be there, which is also point of the infrastructure, that we can, of course, make some money selling that, but also make sure that there's more green air travel than just what we can do with the aircraft that we can purchase. Quick overview of who's behind the company. We've got Florian Kruse on the left top hand side, who's the founder and CEO of the whole project. Gerd Weber is our head of finance. He's actually been the CEO of a German regional airline here in northern Germany. Myself, just to give you some background, Alexander Scholl has been at Munich Airport for quite a few years and CEO of a Spanish airport. And we also have a pretty interesting advisory board just to make sure that we can tap into the greatest minds in the Bremen region who bring their expertise to make sure that we run in the right direction. And I think I was a little bit quicker than was allocated to my time. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to try my best to answer them.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Suell. And my regards to Florian. We actually met last year in Groningen Airport and had a very good aviation roundtable ourselves. So yes, we have about 10 minutes for questions. Do we have straight away something from the audience? Because in that case, I add another one. You already took one of my questions because nobody usually tends to talk where the batteries go when they're used.
Well, we want to use them as long as possible. In stationary storage, you can get multiple years after end-of-life aircraft side. So why should we just waste them? They are still at 80%.
Exactly. But what's the cost of a battery pack replacement for the aircraft? Yeah.
I would be very happy to just give you a number here. The problem is that that is some confidential data from aviation. And we have that factored in our business model, and we can say that that works, and it's not putting a significant price tag on the average ticket pricing. And actually, we will be happy to replace the batteries once new ones are available to increase the range.
Awesome. It was worth a shot anyways for the cost. But a very good question online, actually. So when developing Aerodrome equipment, how much do you cooperate with the EASA to give input for regulation capable to support that new infrastructure as well?
Yeah. So right now we tend to be within the current EASA regulatory framework. So if you look at the PV panels, that is very well established on how close you can go to runway, how much distance you have to take through the taxiways, what you have to regard with it in regard to glint and glare, and radar reflection. All those issues are things that where we operate within the current regulatory framework. If we go to charging points, that is something that is not very well regulated right now. So we are currently talking to multiple aircraft OEMs, not just the two that we mentioned here, to make sure that our system is in line with the coming industry standard. On the hydrogen side, we're in the working groups for hydrogen standardization. So we make sure that what we strive to develop here is also in line with what will be in the upcoming standardization.
Yeah, awesome. Because I remember from the standardization side that the, let's say, aviation sector has almost no standards established for the both battery electric and hydrogen, actually. So it's pretty difficult on the air side to get there. If you had to make a bet for 2030, let's say, make it a bit easier, just for your airline sides, what's the percentage of battery electric and hydrogen electric that you have in the fleet? What's the distribution?
Between battery electric and hydrogen electric?
Yes, because you're not planning to take fossils, right?
No. So we can say fossil fuel is 0%, so we have 100% renewable. The split between the hydrogen electric and the battery electric will probably be a 80% battery electric, 20% hydrogen electric, but that is just because of the aircraft that we purchased. So the Britten-Norman Islander has a very limited, very specific application, especially if you want to cross over water, if you want to go to islands, if you want to go to small airfields, that is where you want to be. The Alice, at least as a 9-seater version, is more economical from the energy standpoint, because you can take the electricity and charge the batteries directly. You don't have to go through electric to hydrogen conversion and then back from hydrogen conversion to electric conversion. So you don't lose efficiency every single step of the conversion. So it makes more fun from an economical standpoint to operate that kind of aircraft, which is why that one will be the majority, if you say 2030. If you look a little bit into the future, as soon as aircraft get bigger, hydrogen will win over electric.
Awesome. And you're not planning to go for zero avias, 19-seaters, or later already ETRs, hopefully end of the decade?
I can't comment on the other companies that we're talking to right now.
Not getting any good questions or answers out of you. I like your first reveals.
But to give you a general idea, of course, we want to operate bigger aircraft. It's not that we say we see ourselves just in the 9-seater market for all eternity from now on. We will start operating 9-seaters because that is what will be online at the beginning. Those are the first aircraft that will be in market. But as soon as there are bigger aircraft certified, of course, we will buy bigger aircraft and we will grow.
Awesome. We were talking about landing strips earlier in the day. So what's your requirements for that? How many meters?
With what we have in mind right now, 1,200 meters.
1,200, okay. Then Narva is in the right track, I think.
Oh, absolutely, yes. Yeah, with the current ground strip, I mean, with what you have right now, we can land with the Britten-Norman Islander, and we would need a hydrogen truck to refuel and come back to Helsinki. But once you have the upgrade to the 1,200-meter asphalt, we can also come there with the Alice.
Awesome. Anybody else? Yes, please. Front row. I'm not sure if you see actually the people in the room or not.
Anyway, Margus Ilmar, Estonian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and I would like to ask a question which you probably can't answer. But the question is that everybody who presenters, when they are drawing lines on a map showing the potential market share, they also include Russia. Do you think in 2030 Russia is going to be part of the civilized world? And do you still think that they could be a potential market for you?
Yeah, so if you remember the map we draw from HelsinkiEast, there was quite a bit of blank space on the right-hand side. And there was at least one blue dot where we want to fly. And we want to fly there as soon as possible. And I hope that everything evolves in a way that cross-border flying is possible very soon in the future. Unfortunately, I'm not a politician and I can't in what's going on there. I would just be happy for all in a good manner so that we can operate cross-country.
There you have it. So yeah, I think we're out of time. Thank you very much. The news is that you still have to come to Narva because there's a gift bag waiting for you. I'm not sure how long they keep it.
I'll come sooner than our aircraft.
Awesome. Thank you very much, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you very much for having me.
And so, finally to deliver some education, or an educator delivering a lecture. On the connection of education and regional development, and hopefully much, much more. Just a separate note to add, Allan was also leading the team from the Estonian Aviation Academy that was on a lookout for the feasibility of Tartu Airport's operations, and we're seeing very, very similar trends. It's exactly the same. But without further ado, Allan Nõmmik, lecturer of Aviation Management Department in the Estonian Aviation Academy. The floor is yours.
Okay. Good afternoon. It could be the quite challenge, I think, that to be the last speaker here, and also people are, if somebody coming from the academy, people waiting for some borrow academic speech. Yeah? And additionally, yes, to speak in details about our aviation training is also not so interesting. But up to my competence, I try to put together the airport management, regional planning and development, and also some general logistics at all. And additionally, experience with the teaching or completing the studying curriculums, etc. And for the beginning, I thought what would be the first point. Let's see to our location. We are on the beach. Now we are just today, and it reminded me very famous book, which it's famous because in Soviet Union, it had been translated to Russian, and one of the simple Western printed book was related with the human geography, and also been presented the concept like people on the beach, and through this being explained different spatial pattern of the economic activities and different models related with. And if we're speaking about the people on the beach, it could be one approach, of course, but I lead your attention that I did the picture from the books, and maybe we see that if we imagine that the airport ecosystem, and we remind that what will be the presentation of the airport development plan, we see that three stages. First stage, it's some 1, 2, 3, 10 points of the ecosystem. Then 20, it's a third stage. It could be a lot of. What's the element? Maybe that the airport, it's just. If we're speaking about just airport, it's only infrastructure, yes? And demand could be created and support system could be created by the ecosystem. And all of these elements could be the clients, or suppliers, or beneficiaries, or stakeholders, etc., are just related with the airport, which gave me just financial resources, and then doing this business sustainable. And also the process very oftenly not static but also dynamic. That means that the today picture is not that it could be just the same that the tomorrow one. But yes, starting my presentation just with the explanation of the airport ecosystem. It's a very modern word, term, because I don't know, it's just very common. But I remember that 30 years ago, ecosystem we spoke about some environmental protection. Now they're speaking about this all this network which could be involved in the activities. But let it be. And second classic. Now we're going to the aviation, and one of my favorite authors, from a professor from the United States, Kenneth Button. If airport project in the airport project being introduced some primary direct and indirect effects, we are approaching the other ways, but could be the same, but not just the same. First of all, building of the airport. Of course, we know that it will be very popular activities to use European money and to build something. Hereby, you see the picture before Corona crisis from some Spain airport was also built. You see that the results. But during Corona, it found a lot of users. This all apron been parked with the aircraft. That's for the parking. Also, my colleagues in Finland mentioned that the Kittilä airport, for example, like a successful project. Yes, we have in history we have a successful and not successful. Kittilä airport been previously built like a not airport but airfield for the reserve airfield for the Dragon fighter aircraft for Finnish Air Force. And for the opening the airfield, been invited the president of Finnair, who came with the own commercial plane and said, it's the first and last flight to the Kittilä by commercial aircraft. You were wrong. He was wrong. Yes, completely. Now it's Kittilä, it's just a successful airport. That means that there are what would be the key success and then what will be the key drivers I try to explain today. Yes, our Finnish colleagues told about some problem with a just small regional airport. What's the problem? Why the regional airport in Europe losing their traffic? It depends firstly from the aircraft availability. In this slide we see that the two aircraft, one of them is just well-known Saab 340, which flying today to Korjula. Is it the aircraft introduced 40 years ago? And engines designed, introduced 50 years ago for the US military helicopters. And if we compare the situation, while the Boeing 737 every 20 years receive a new engine, which could be every generation could be 10 or 50% more efficient from the point of view fuel consumption, we'll find out that the aircraft, the all-built aircraft is not just this aircraft which able to operate with this sustainable level because cost per available seat kilometer is so high, mainly due to the very high fuel consumption. And due to the new technologies, we're waiting for the renaissance of regional aviation, because this time could be the revolution came from the small aircraft, and it could be the electricity or hydrogen. Let's see how it's working. But anyway, it could be the good chance opportunity for renaissance of regional aviation at all. Third effect, like possible users of or possible passengers of airport, like for the commercial services. Hereby I carried the picture from Palanga Airport. Maybe you know that it's near the sea. It's Lithuanian regional airport, mainly being oriented to the tourism sector. And I want to tell you a story about the SAS route planning. SAS decided to start operating between the Palanga and Copenhagen. And 2 weeks before the start of the operation, they really thought about how it's possible to close this road, because sales of the ticket been very bad. But up to today, SAS operating from Palanga to Copenhagen twice a day. What's the reason? They found that unwaitable, some new market segment, sailors and other maritime stuff. These people are choosing closest airport. They are buying tickets the last day with very, very high price. who knows? It would be completely surprise for the experts of the road planning of the for example, of the Scandinavian airline. Like an example, what would be the new market, for example, and also if we're speaking about some long-term effect. Some ideas related. Yes, some interesting picture also there. Finnish colleagues are going. Yeah, no. I will ask you the question: what's the airport in this picture, where every year Concorde from the British Airways and Concorde from Air France meet each other? It's my favorite while asking the first-year students. It's Rovaniemi. Yes. It's business people paying huge money and these very expensive aircraft just waiting them while they meeting Julpuki. Yeah? And this might maybe main inspiration to find out some ideas for the tourism. It could be very expensive and able to sell for the good money. And additionally, if we're speaking about the long-term perspective, I heard that about hydrogen production. Yes, for today it's just a problem with maybe availability of hydrogen. But let's imagine the situation 10 years later, in future, while they're able to speak about the global hydrogen market. Yes, what's needs of the aviation, expectation, availability. One point in the price. And production of the hydrogen in Estonia. I'm not expert of the hydrogen and production of hydrogen like our chairman today, but please look to outside and maybe, I'm so pessimistic about the production of the hydrogen in Estonia with competitive price, sorry. It's my opinion. And could be the enterprise which just needs for this industry hydrogen. And imagine this enterprise has a choice. Own hydrogen, maybe very expensive, or hydrogen somewhere from the transit terminal. What's a busy choice? Business choice. Rhetorical question, yes? Price, and also for the aviation connection, also the price is a key element. And for example, if you put some different facts together, we will find that the maybe start production and create the terminal somewhere in Sillamäe Airport, why not? For just, we're speaking about future, and speaking about the sustainability. Because just in speaking about the global market. Also, some future consumption. I mentioned that the ferry ship, what's the consumption of the hydrogen versus aircraft? Sorry, different size. And one interesting lesson to learn is coming from Tartu. Maybe you know that some years ago, Narva and Tartu been our competitors for become a culture capital of Europe. And I previously thought, I really thought up to my identity, that the reason is that Tartu is winner, it's the Tartu airport. And you see that the logo, some arrow there, it's like just a flying, etc., etc. But like a scientist, I have to control on hypothesis. And then I spoke with a person who been head of the Tartu marketing during 7 years. And she told me that, yes, accessibility is important. But key success being that the Narva wanted to be the single Narva, but the Tartu wanted to be the center of the south of Estonia. And it'd been very pleasant to listen to some presentation that today the project developers are accepting some other needs and not seeing also only to the for example Narva Industrial Park, but maybe see much wider than that could be. But yes, it's a important point. I just wanted to remind that the reality is, yes, business jets, business clients, also good. But if you speak about the now air transportation system, we speak about the public transportation toll. Yes, it's a reality. Some point related with the road planning. Tallinn also, in white picture, it's a regional airport. We're able to fly from Tartu, from Tallinn to the hubs or to some lesser destinations. And so that's why maybe it could be the perspective fly directly also to the hub. Why not? And also, yes, I spoke about the maximization of the effects of the airport, or what means that the better connection with other enterprises on the beach or near the airport, which just we can imagine. And also, speaking about road planning, very often, for the beginning, I offer in the picture for my students, which I copied from the Cambridge training materials. Why? Because if I are starting to speak about the gravity model from the theory, they not believe me. But if it's from Cambridge, okay, it's working. Yes, they accept it. The number of the travelers between two cities depends on the distance between them, cities, and also between the population. Depends from the population in the cities. Potential passengers are in the cities. It's very good if you have some specific demand for some Eastern Finland destination. But I want to lead your attention that the airline which operating it's this road, have to fulfill all aircraft with sustainable price every day to the both direction. It's not only test flights, it's not only open flight. And Karen, your example, Estonian Air, 15 years ago, started to operate to the Simferopol and Dubrovnik summer roads. First year, being very good business. Second year, normal business. Third year, everybody been there. And yes, that's why, especially speaking about the hub, from point of revenue management and etc., there are a lot of possibilities to connect this flight to the other destination with New York, etc., which could be good opportunity for fulfill fulfill aircraft and receive the good load factor and also good money. As ideas, yes, some industries could be accepted in all these four effects. One of them is related just in aviation, like aircraft maintenance. If we see for the regional development practice, very often the new economic branches are not all those born in the places which some assumption being. And very often there's some effects, positive effects, going through the employment, and also employment needs means training or education. Education and regional development. Our assumption is that if we're giving the very good education, let it be just good. It's a key of success of regional development. But in scientific research, it's not working always, anytime, every time. What's the problem? There could be a lot of reasons. I could carry you example. I had some discussion in some conference with some vice rector studies from some Eastern European university. His presentation been related with the study program development. Because that's why that this topic very. I know about it just a lot. During coffee break, I asked maybe specific, sometimes unpleasant questions. The answer being, what's the difference? Anyway, going abroad. Yes. And what we speak about is just education and also regional development. And but from point of view sustainability, we can talk about the education that directly supports the regional development. And now I just starting to speak about this as our maintenance area. It's good because maintenance organization, it could be the some source from the rental fees. Of course, it could be the some factor for the open summer road also. If for example, airline knows that it could be possible during the night, maybe do some maintenance procedure there, which have to be done very quickly. It's some additional operation, also lending fees, for example, and also the positive impact for social economical numbers. And in our academy, we train pilots, air traffic controllers, managers, and also the aircraft engineers and then and maintenance specialists. And additionally to the just following the European standards of the training related with aircraft maintenance, we give the students education related with the design and especially we're speaking about the unmanned aircraft. And shortly about the aircraft maintenance world and people who are just working for. There are two main levels. One of them is A, it's just mechanics, and B1, B2, just technical stuff, how better educated. It could be some specifics related with the airplane turbine, airplane piston engine, the helicopter turbine, helicopter piston, avionics, etc. And additionally, there are some highest category of people who involved in the aircraft maintenance activities, the C category, like higher level engineers. And what is the difference? If you follow in the European Union requirements, for example, B1 course, it could be the 2,400 contact hours, and A course only 800. Half of them, of these hours, it's just practice. But during my career, I've been also examination manager for the technical staff, and I have to say that it's not just participating and I'm receiving the certificate. It's a quite hard study and also requires the motivation and also the strong basis of the education. And two additional definitions. One of them is line maintenance. It's if we, for example, for the commercial operating aircraft, doing some procedures, doing the night stop, etc., for keeping it technically correct, and also base maintenance while we carrying the aircraft to the hangar and doing some more heavy procedures with. And light aircraft maintenance, I lead your attention that the base and line could be involved. The lower category people could be involved mainly in the line maintenance only, not the basic base maintenance procedures. And also here we see that we recruit the maintenance engineer for the heavy aircraft, which could be with maximum takeoff weight with 5 tons 700 kilograms. But we speak about the lighter one. It's the main difference that the base maintenance engineer not the organization could work without some base maintenance engineer. That means that that could be provided cheaper for this kind of organization, and maybe from point of view of the keeping the organization working easier. And additionally to the training, we provided in academy also some researchers and seriously looking for the digitalization, for automatization, also the simulations of processes. For example, like a port working simulations, etc. with similar software. Additionally, to fulfill the current demand to the aviation specialists, we are looking for very seriously to look into the unmanned aircraft operation. Also, RPA, just remotely piloting aircraft, and all this remotely piloted aircraft, just ecosystem, it's our focus area of our activities and development. And we're starting with the aircraft, this kind of aircraft, just construction, also operating with the aerospace, and also testing them. And for the last slide, I wanted to wish you success, people who are involved in the development project, and for the all current or potential ecosystem of airport, from me and from my colleagues from the Aviation Academy. And thank you for attention.
Cool. Thanks a lot for this overview. That was a fun lecture, wasn't it? Yeah, so one thing, I mentioned that you did the study for the Tartu airport,
yep.
And you saw the feasibility study earlier. Yep. Our Finnish colleagues indeed had to leave. By the way, you do have a student because Rovaniemi was answered online.
Okay.
Or maybe the Finnish on the boat. But yeah, so how many similarities did you see? And maybe more importantly, are there any differences?
Difference between the, of course, you mean that our some initial research related with the Tartu airport, and this more detailed project related with Narva.
Essentially, the opportunities that are involved there.
Similar, one important point: there are no something to offer for golf players in Tartu and in Narva. In Otepää, yes, they are able to, not just in Tartu, but because maybe you know that Kuressaare and Pärnu also develop their developments for golf players also. But in our project, I know the Professor Jorma. My approach, our approach, been more focused to the demand of to mapping of demand of the some services and finding out some potential clients, etc. The project which been done and more, how to say it, in logistics, it's more detailed, very beautiful, and maybe it could also been much larger than that we did.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. Anybody from the room? I have one from online, which is a difficult one. Okay, straight to the difficult one. New technologies emerge faster than the 3-4 years study cycle in the academy.
Yeah.
We are currently preparing students for jobs that don't exist yet, using technologies that haven't been yet invented.
Yeah.
How do you resolve this eternal contradiction?
Different ways. For example, we are cooperating with different organizations, asking some guest lectures, carrying to the study process new technologies. Yeah?
And that works. Okay. Everything? No? I'll keep going. Many questions.
Actually, a note on the hydrogen price. It's typical formula is €5. €3 is renewable energy, and €2 is the technology. Okay. So you get the energy free, and then the price is €2, which is price parity.
Yes, also I think that some idea to do this business sustainable, some direct cable to the some Finland nuclear plant. It's a guarantee for the cheap electricity to produce hydrogen. But yes, if we speak about now, we're just speaking about just where we able to produce how much. But in the future we have to speak about the global market.
Yes.
And like I know that in South Korea been created some tanker to carry the hydrogen by sea with some commercial uses, and this time is coming, and that's why if we invest for some local production and to show that yes we're able to do, and what is the future. And of course, if we're speaking about the demand fluctuation, because sometimes maybe some airlines come in operating with the hydrogen aircraft, maybe decided there are other destinations, maybe some where we have to wait 1 year, and then this other operator will come. But what we do with this equipment in the airport? But if we just for the beginning, we are rented for the whole region. From my point of view, of logistics, I don't want to be pleasant for somebody or not. But point of view logistics, it could be the best location could be the port. My logic.
Ports are excellent hubs indeed. Okay, 1 minute till coffee. So, any quick question? No. So then it's for me again. Potential that we've been talking about the entire day today, right? Lots of jobs required, aviation jobs, you showed as well. It's 2030. Do you think the Estonian Aviation Academy is still the only one in Estonia providing all of this, or do you think you can keep up with supplying for this potential?
You mean that the 2030, that the vision, our vision about the 2030?
Yeah, let's say we have drones, we have new zero-emission aircraft, we have new ground operations opportunities, all of these air taxis.
Unfortunately, we have no capability to design the quite big aircraft themselves. Ourselves, yes, but we are following the trend. We are creating the contacts. We are just thinking about the future, and of course, this training standard for the technical staff been mentioned. I think that the 2030 it could be quite different, but I have to say that we are following the trends and for receiving some certificate for the training and for the specialist this area to the Estonian aviation. Why not for the cooperation with the Narva project?
Excellent. So I hope everybody puts in the orders early enough so the academy can prepare. But thank you very much for this.
Maybe last speaker can take it over.
Well, we have now half an hour for coffee. We come back exactly at 4 p.m. Estonian time, and then we see who else will get the bag today. Thank you. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back. It's good that we had a coffee break, as I'm sure our panelists managed to already warm themselves up for the next very exciting an hour plus discussion. What's the impact of an airport like Narva-Olgina on the regional development, and perhaps where the impact is the largest? So with that intro made shortly, I would like to invite our panelists to take the seats, starting from my right. First off, Larisa Shabunova, Managing Director of Fortaco Estonia, Honorary Consul of Finland in Narva. Welcome, please. Secondly, a very big honor to invite Maxim Iljin, Mayor of Narva-Jõesuu. I perfectly positioned you for the center stage here. Yeah. Yes, of course, has to be. Third speaker, Hanna Wilberg, Marketing Manager of Ida-Viru Tourism Cluster. And finally, Tiit Kuusmik, CEO of Ida-Viru Investment Agency. So, we're all set. I'll also keep an eye on the questions from online and from the audience. But to kick it off with my intro made on the regional development and where the impact is the biggest. Was that the right sentence to ask? Where the impact is the largest, considering we're talking tourism, industry, transport, logistics? Like where do you feel the impact is the largest? Do you defend your own sort of when we talk tourism side, or what do you feel? And this gives a good maybe opportunity to start with a bit of a longer intro about yourselves as well. So maybe we start with you.
Yes, I represent business in Narva and Ida-Viru region. We are one of the biggest companies, and actually the biggest private company in Narva and one of the biggest in Ida-Viru. We have a lot of clients from abroad, and of course these logistics, I would say complicated logistics coming first to Tallinn and then from Tallinn to Narva. This of course it's one of the, I would say, questions which is always on the agenda. And I remember I was actually sitting now in this, waiting when you call me, and I was a little bit reflecting. I'm working in this company, specifically in this company, for more than 25 years. And basically one of my first meeting with our biggest, how to say, big person who came to us, it was the owner of A.P. Møller-Mærsk Group, and our company was under the ownership of A.P. Møller-Mærsk Group, and he came to this Olgina or this area by helicopter. And that was actually very big news for the whole region that somebody is coming to us to helicopter from Denmark, directly from Denmark. And it was quite a big experience, and I think this, I would say, possibility that big companies could have more direct location to Narva. This, of course, will be of really great benefit for development of business and relationship and so on.
Super.
Yeah.
And from the mayor's standpoint, I have to ask.
Here's a lot of reasons, I believe, as Vadim said today before the lunch, that this project, Olgina Airport project, is his favorite. I strongly agree with him. Maybe here's also my personal point of view, because Olgina village is my home village. That's why this project is so important for me also, but also for the city. And I still remember our dialogue with Ted 3 or 4 years ago, when we just have started with the planning process of this project. And he said that, Maxim, I had a very skepticism point of view in the beginning, but today I understand very well that we will have so many opportunities through this project that we can't understand today. And I also think that even today, after all these presentations, we still don't understand all these possibilities that this project can bring for us in the near future. I mean, for the business, for the tourist sector, also for the municipality. So a lot of things,
Yeah. And from that point, to Anna, I will slightly rephrase the question, because we talked about the tourism being able to come in with accessibility, right? It's very logical. Do you think the technology itself can also boost the tourism?
I believe so, yes. Like we cannot let us mistaken by the fact that we are not talking about like enormous amounts of tourists that will start to come here, but in the end, like every person who can access here, who can come to visit us, like the word will spread about our destination in a sense. So in the end, I think it's a really positive milestone in terms of tourism as well. And those people who can, how to say, afford to come here by the plane, they are also able to maybe explore more the destination and leave us more money as well.
And of course, Tiit, where do you see the investment could be attracted the easiest, let's say? Is it the tourism sector, the industry, transport, or logistics sector? Like, what's the first sort of target that this could enable?
Yeah, because our organization is mainly working with industrial companies, foreign industrial companies. Of course, for us, maybe the first step, it's industrial companies. We worked in this field already 13 years, so we saw clients who we lost because we don't have good flight connections and lost them for Tallinn or Riga. So that kind of possibilities to get fast access to region, it's how to say, for us one good point when we selling our region to investors. So why we started this project, Vadim mentioned, but nevertheless, I have to say that this was one company who invested already in Narva, and he said, okay, we want to expand and build up a bigger factory, but what we need is some kind of investment from public side. And one of them was exactly the possibility to flight from Narva to bigger hubs as Tallinn, Helsinki, Riga, or even better if it's Berlin or Milan. So this was the trigger to start this project. And in the beginning, as Maxim said, we didn't understand clearly where will we be in next years. But as you see today, the presentations, the sky is the limit because possibilities and the ideas how to establish that kind of small airfield is lots.
Yeah, but on this point, I have to straight away follow up and ask the mayor from a political standpoint. Does developing an aerodrome get the vote from the general public, from the city council and other participants, let's say? Or would it be easier to just shout out that let's build a new tram line?
These are two different things, I think. But we strongly support this project, as I said in the beginning. And actually, we don't need to find a lot of new possibilities. We have a good partner from the Finnish side. As we saw today, they have a huge experience in this niche of market. And I just can give you our municipality example, our local small port. We have started with this project in 2016, and in the beginning it was an empty place. But today we can see some very nice trends. We talked about the international cooperation, about new people from other cities, other countries, but don't forget about the local people also. And in our local port, we see a very good trend. Then in the period of the last maybe 5-6 years, a lot of local people made a professional license. They bought ships or boats or yachts for themselves. And I strongly believe that the same trends we will see also in our local airport. That's why this project is so important for us. I don't know about the train. You ask about the train, if I don't make a mistake.
Tram, but...
But tram.
But we don't
I didn't think about it. I know that Narva City has a plan about it. We don't. But we have a plan to build the airport in cooperation with EVIA.
But Allan actually said that the airport can be good for maritime customer development as well. So it could be a nice connection, maybe.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. But let's say, I didn't count how many speakers we had today, actually, but there were many presentations. And like, if we could pick like one thing that was a nugget from somebody of those presenters, like tomorrow is still a working day. So Larissa, starting with you, like what's the one thing that you will start working with tomorrow?
Actually, I haven't participated in this conference from the very beginning, and I'm only participating in this panel discussion, but I like this sky is the limit, actually, and always to set really ambitious targets and to have the concrete action plan what to do. And this is actually my personal motto, yeah, to be ambitious. So sky is the limit, I think it's really the thing to live with, yeah.
And from the mayoral office? Tomorrow the first mission goes out to somebody. Start working on this now.
In the context of this project, you mean? Or
in today's, let's say, presenters and interesting takeaways that they may have provided.
I don't know, actually.
Still have to read the feasibility study.
We will continue. We don't start, we will continue with this project. This is the main message by me.
Excellent. And from Hanna's perspective?
There were many nuggets today, I would say.
You have to choose one.
It's hard to say concrete one thing, like my daily job is to promote Ida-Viru. That's what I believe in. I was born here. I'm the true patriot of the place, and also, like, how to say, want to show and like, I think Vadim used some good pair of words. I don't remember the first word of it, like carnival of crisis or something like parade of crisis. So that's what we have been working kind of here in tourism as well, or why the tourist cluster actually came together, because we weren't really attractive place at first place, like industrial area, so on, but there is like so much, like, how to say, there is so much in our region. And today I like got more like, how to say, this motivation as a, like, in terms of foreign tourism, that we are really welcoming all the tourists that in the end end up here, and this got me more thinking how to get even more of them, because at the moment our main market is still domestic market, which is the vast majority of our, how to say, the nights that we are counting in tourism. So yeah, like the aspect of international tourism to attract more of them, and this is something that got me thinking more about that sense today.
So tomorrow you're going to start updating all of your value propositions to tourists.
Maybe.
I maybe would like to add that actually we also discussed it today with Ted, that 4 years ago when we have started with this project, the main reason to realize this project, one of the mainest reasons, was to make a good cooperation with the Russian side. Today we understand very well that it's not possible anymore. I remember when the war have started, I heard that there is no reason to go with this project until the end. But listen, today on this conference, we didn't hear about it. And from the opposite side, we heard more and more and still hear about new possibilities and new technologies that we can implement in this Olgina airport. This is the main thing. And if you have an experience and you know how to come through this different kind of, or through parade of crisis, it makes your future better anyway.
Yeah, it's almost like reflecting back to Ukraine. Their IT sector is now battle tested, so it's like very scary thing to be in a war, but at the same time, all of these crises bring out the new opportunities and strengths.
Absolutely true, yeah.
And in tourism, we actually, if we're talking about international tourism, today we are still facing those questions about the safety. Is it safe here and so on? But I see that this type of projects actually kind of gain more trust in tourists as well, that the area is developing, and to get this more comfort or safe feeling, if you understand what I mean. But I think this is really step forward.
New type of ecosystem, new kind of vision or understanding.
Yeah. And Ted, will you also be making your value propositions from tomorrow completely new?
We every day are changing our value proposition, but about tomorrow, what we have to do, it's because of today's conference. It's after the third or fourth presentation, the company who is making at the moment the land planning or land planning process, they asked, okay, there was in presentation that we need hydrogen factory. Is it possible at the moment by documentation to do it, or we have to change the words in the documents tomorrow? So we examine making examination tomorrow the document to see it is possible. Is it possible to build up a hydrogen factory, or we need some extra paragraphs to this document? And in general, I think then there was question to Vadim how much it takes time to have that kind of airfield ready. Then I thought that our time schedule at the moment, I think that way that we want to finish the detail planning or land technical drawings to the May of 2024. After that, we need to get the land to our ownership from government, because Ministry of Economics, one of our founders, it's for us it's possible to make the project in the land which is in our ownership. I think it takes about maybe 6 months. This is a time when we want to find the financing for that project and make the technical drawings already for infrastructure and start the construction process in January 2025. I think it's maybe takes from us 6 to 9 months to build up everything. So in the middle of 2025, I think everything will be ready in infrastructure side. So the private companies can buy land and start their own investments and businesses. Maybe that kind of timeline I see in this project. But tomorrow we examine. Okay, we check. We check the document. Is it possible to build up the hydrogen factory, or we have to make some changes in documentation? Yeah.
See, that's a good takeaway when you have something that you can straight away get from the seminar as a new point. But actually talking of that, and I'll maybe add a longer intro to it. We were just talking during the lunch the coffee break about this recent news. There was always an announcement: Paris Olympics 2024, air taxis. Now, was it 1 week ago? Paris City said no. We don't want any air taxis here. It's noisy, it's dangerous, blah, blah, blah. So suddenly this almost this version of not in my backyard, and the other was, of course, the lack of actually having had that dialogue, apparently. I don't know the real reasons. So do you feel that as a possible issue, like the same permitting? Yes, you can get for a hydrogen plant, right? We have in Tallinn and Tartu, there's already, let's say, action going on that front. So on a permitting standpoint, yes, it's nothing really new from the European side. But now if some person hears about it, are you going to face or...
I think if we look at Paris, it's in Paris. I think couple of airfields, and I think the traffic is in the air is very tough. So I think in our region, it's traffic in the air is very small, and here is possibility to piloteerida, I don't know, to test that kind of things, and that's why we see in our region it's very good for that kind of companies to test to I don't know. To produce that kind of things, so you can. I think it's not that kind of problem that municipality will say that okay, air taxis testing flying, no, that not gonna happen. I think in this region we are very open-minded and open in that kind of innovation.
And same for the voters' perspective, are they also going to support that?
I strongly agree with that, because today it's possible to believe in that also, because, for example, several years ago, EVIA was just a hashtag in social networks, and today we can feel and see this huge new kind of technology. And actually about these new technologies, new possibilities in our airport, I can give you another example about our own experience. We have a plan to renovate our Olgina public house, and we want to ask some money from the different funds, European funds, and renovation is one side, and another side is a new services, new possibilities for young people there. And our plan is to bring the drone school or drone courses. And this kind of idea came to us from Pühtä, because 1 year ago we visited Pühtä airport, and after I saw how many different ideas they have, I strongly believe that today everything is possible.
So the momentum is right.
And this drone school or drone courses, we also want to realize in cooperation with our Olgina airport. We believe that it's possible.
I asked during lunchtime from Allan, just to elaborate a bit on my previous question to him. Mm-hmm. There was a study in the UK, Skies Without Limits 2.0. I took the GDP reference from there, from the UK numbers, and translated to Estonia, which said by 2030, considering the drone services, says there's about 14 billion market size for drone services. But for Estonia, that would mean about 7,000 drones. So how many pilots do we need to train by that time? And is the academy up for it? Or maybe should we have some academy offshoots here in the local as well? So maybe even some new, let's say, new jobs, new business opportunities.
Absolutely.
But Larissa, would you
I would say it's not correct to compare Paris and Narva.
Maybe in 10 years.
Maybe, but I would say let's also remember how they protest, yes, against if they are not satisfied. But if you compare Estonia, they're not protesting at all. Let's remember what is happening presently in politics, that we don't have any protests, I would say open ones at all. But if you're talking about these air connections directly to Narva, I would say that people will be either indifferent to that, or if we show them clear benefits, what the region will gain, I think they will be very much pro, especially if you're talking about creation of new jobs, which is actually one of the critical points for our region.
Yeah. But from a national perspective, like we're talking new industries as well, and of course this region is strongest in Estonia when it comes to industries. But do you see that from the national level there's enough support for launching these entirely new industries?
I would say that if you compare this project with another big project, which is Krenholm culture area, you heard about that. In Krenholm, in Narva, we have this, how we call it, art quartal or quarter, Krenholm art quarter. And basically, it's really big project, and it's a little bit like a question of is it worth going for that in terms of finance aspect or not because of present situation. And there is no clear, standpoint presently. And I think this also a very big project, but we really have to show the benefits and the pros for this project. Only after that I think we can get the positive support.
Okay. Any also opinions on the national support for new industries?
I think that what came from this site, that the people should actually understand like fully what is the benefit of the project. And like I also see the investments and business point of view, this project is a lot like really beneficial. And if the local people understand it, I think also like it's a really positive thing for our community here.
That's a good point.
Clear understanding comes when you just fly one time from Olgina airport to Kotka or to Pühta in 35 minutes. This understanding will come at the same moment, trust me.
Especially if it will be cheap.
Yeah.
Well, apparently zero-emission aircraft could reduce the operations cost by 60%, so because there's not too much maintenance to do on the electrical motor there. It's just one shaft. But the benefit to the people, because there was one topic that started in Estonia already much earlier, which was the green transition, of course. And if you look at the general media, it's like expensive, it's costly, again, with the not in my backyard. And then on a personal level and the benefit to the person, you go like, yeah, but if I have a solar panel on my house and I produce my own electricity, why should I be worried about some cable, some drunk Chinese or Russians, or I don't know who had their loose anchors there, but that gives you the energy security. And at the same time, if you look at media or some comments, God forbid, then what you see is like, oh, we don't want this and this is wrong or whatever the case is, and we should just have our coal, which we have, right? But do you feel that there's a lack of explanation then on the green transition or when it comes to benefit of the people and them understanding that this is good for them, cheap green energy? What's the thing that we still need to do to push on this and sort of drive those technologies forward? Because you need also massive additional green energy being built to even get to the hydrogen or megawatts of solar parks to drive those battery electric aircraft even.
But to be honest, in a long perspective, we don't have any other opportunities. Actually, if we will check all these deals on the European Commission level, we don't have any other opportunity. If you want to realize something, you need to play by these rules anyway.
This is my question always of, you talk the investment is expensive. Yes, the money is there, right, that I started with. But what's the cost of not doing it? I think this is something that also on the government level maybe is not calculated enough.
Yeah, but if we want to use some money from the different funds, here's again the same rules. Investments, the number of these investments are bigger if you will use all these new green technologies, but at the same time, it's not possible to ask this money anyway.
Indeed. Just in case checking if there's anybody that wants to inject a question, be sure to raise the hand. Excellent. But please with the microphone as well, so we have an online audience.
A question related with the people who live in Olgina. what would be the attitude, opinion about the airport? Because Tartu experience shows that the only one population in the South Estonia who against the airport, that Ülenurme people who live in there just.
You mean what is the negative point of view in this?
Okay, if you don't know, that is very good news.
My personal opinion is strongly positive. I also talked about it with the local people. Actually, we don't speak here about something new. Olgina airport existed there, I don't know from which time. So local people don't worry about it at all. One of the local guys said to me, that's very nice because I can sell my apartment, maybe not so cheap in the near future. Yeah, of course. We talk here not only about the airport, but also about all this area. And a lot of people who has a land there, or not far from the airport, they also think about the future investments, to sell something or to build something there. So I didn't hear any negative kind of things about this project.
But also, I think it's a little bit isolated from the houses, so it's not like too close where people are living, especially if you're talking about Narva line, but the rest of private houses, they are quite distance.
Yes.
So
area.
in Estonia, it's a first step in development project. It's land technical project you have to make, or urban planning or land planning. So this is an open process. So we are at the moment in this step where all the people who are living next to this airfield, they can say their ideas or ask questions. So if there are some maybe negative, some kind of I don't know, some people see it negative side, so we have to talk to them, understand what is the problem. But as we are developing organization, we already see that the landowners next to airfield plot, they are interested to start their planning processes because and change the land to business land, and people have already ideas how to maybe start their own businesses next to airfield. Yeah.
Sometimes I don't understand Tartu people also, because they all the time have some kind of problem. We support, for example, oil shale sector. They try to stop our oil shale sector. We support other things, and from there comes all the time some different kind of view about it. So.
Any more questions from the audience? Feel free to target the panelists directly as well. It doesn't have to be too general.
I would like to add maybe that Tiit said 10 or 15 minutes ago about these different steps in this project process. And it's very sad that Minister is not here anymore, because he said today in the morning session that this bureaucracy can bring only a little bit of problems to us, but actually the bureaucracy on the government level brings a lot of problems to us. And some kind of projects we could realize maybe in the period of 2 or 3 years, not in 5 or 7. That's the real problem. Minister is not here, but someone maybe will bring this message to him after.
Yeah, and then we have the parliament also stopping each other from doing things or getting to even different events and checking out what's going on, because they have to sit in the sessions all the time. But this is a very good point, which leads me to, we saw a lot of opportunities. And you mentioned so many more. So what's the, like, let's say one key barrier or three key barriers, whichever one you want to pick, that can stop some of these opportunities or that you have to still overcome? And maybe
I think even better opportunity can stop this opportunity. If something better will appear on the horizon, and or if we really go into financial, more, how to say, deeper financial crisis, then basically the funding process might be really the problem, I would say. Because if we need to prioritize, how to say, things which are connected with our normal life, and if you're talking about this aerodrome and we need to choose, of course, the choice will be very obvious. But considering the plans of development, and of course now we are surviving not stable period of time, but I think in this project we need to look into 5, 10 or even 15 years ahead. Otherwise, if we stop this situation now, we will never go further. So I think we just need to be targeted by long-term planning and to stick to this plan. But I would say that if situation goes much worse financially, or if better opportunities come on horizon, so this might be the risk factors for this project.
Yeah, from the mayor's perspective.
As I said before, the bureaucracy level.
Bureaucracy.
Yeah. Also on the local level, to be honest. Sometimes it happens. In addition to that, we need to understand very well that it's not possible for us as for a local municipality or for investment agency to realize this project without our government support and without some extra investments through the different funds. So our government members need to understand it very well. And maybe the third thing here is also our own image, because for the international investments, we need to have a good kind of image. And sometimes when you read some news or some newspapers, a lot of our country newspapers write only in the negative sides about us. So it could be the third thing.
I have to say the bureaucracy thing, this is a barrier for everybody, having just come from Brussels. Because it's, at least on the hydrogen side, about 10% of the projects get to the first investment injection.
Yes.
The rest are all sitting somewhere, going through this planning and procedures and setting and proving.
Filters, different filters.
And in Estonia, the offshore wind is still waiting behind the studies on the hearing of the fish and so on and so forth. So at least it's a level playing.
One another problem here is also that sometimes when you speak about this kind of project with some government member, they think that you need to show them the positive income. But it's not possible. You will see it from the other places. Through these new factories, through these new specialists who will come here, through the tourism sector. But unfortunately, they want to see these pluses in the context of this project after 1 or 3 years. But it's not possible. It's also one of the barriers, I think.
Very good. Maybe I'll add to that later. From Anna,
I think
barrier largest.
Important things were pointed out. I just really do hope that there won't be any really exotic birds or like animals found on the area. So this might be a tricky thing to tackle.
And that's any barrier left not mentioned yet?
I think it's generally it's a good time at the moment to start with that project. A couple of things. We have the economical periods. So at the moment we are in the low level because 4-5 quarters it's Estonian economic growth is in minus, so it means that prices for construction works are lower than they were in year, maybe 2 years ago. It's time when the new European Union money period is starting, so it's possible to find financing to investments in the field. We have the period of Just Transition Fund. It means that if we are fast, we can build up infrastructure, and private companies can ask money from Just Transition Fund and invest and use money for their investments in the airfield business park area. So we have good timing. The main problem I see that the time schedule, what we see that we want to start a construction process in next 2 years. Maybe we are not too ready make all the actions to start that works, and this is I think the main risk. And when it was already mentioned, but we started this project with one business model. Today we are on very different business model with this project, and I hope we will find some new ideas in the process in next 2 years extra. So I think it's very interesting and ambitious project, and we try to keep the timing and the milestones in the right time.
Excellent. Microphone right on the right-hand side. I wanted to just add that the minister today mentioned the situation with the Nordics, so I'm wondering if that can also...
Yes, I have a further questions for the people who gather here on the panel. And I would say that I am very optimistic about this project. I think as many others who are gathered here. But there is always but. And this could be a political, economical, or ecological but, which will make this project not economically successful when it will be built. So while we are here as a brainstorming format a little bit, so what would you think could be the secondary use of this airfield if this airfield will not be as optimistic economically when it will be built?
Okay, I think okay, I ask in 2 phases for this question. Our organization, Ida-Viru Investment Agency, we always starting projects. We think about how the business model is working. So far, all projects what we started, they are economically for us were successful, and secondary, it's very important social economical output from the project. And I think it's even if economically, I see that we can manage economically, but if we will not be successful, then I think for in the region, it's very important to have that kind of airfield, even for rescue department, for example, because we have lots of forests here in northeast Estonia. We have turbaväljad. I don't know what exactly in English turbaväli, but if there are that kind of tulekahjud, metsatulekahjud,
forest fires.
Forest fires. It can be used as for a rescue department, that kind of infrastructure as well. One idea.
Any more secondary use ideas?
The medical part also was today really.
I would like to repeat that I said before that here on the local level in Narva East municipality, we we see a lot of new opportunities. As I mentioned, this drone school or drone courses. In addition to that, I believe that it's possible to develop some kind of different courses for the people from this sector here in Olgina, because we talk about it also with Vadim. We don't have here this kind of experience yet, but I strongly believe that then this field is ready for using. We will find these new people with good experience. So we understand very well that first thing is to build it up, and another thing is to find a good operator there, and it's not so cheap, but at the same time in cooperation between municipality or even, I believe, municipalities and investment agency, it's possible.
Excellent. Hope that answers the question. Any more? So reflecting back on what you said earlier, that you have to show profitability in like 3 years already straight away, right? My thought from that was that maybe we're calculating the, say, impact of investments or any sort of money used still with a partial formula, because we're not factoring in the socioeconomic side, the health, the quieter environment that this could bring when you go like full electric and stuff like that. We're not factoring in again, the investment moving in, the taxes coming out from that. Are we putting it on the same line, or is it on separate lines? I saw EVIA was like 3 times more profitable than the money gone in already. So are we like using the right formulas, or are they just looking still on this very 20, 30 years old mentality, and it has to be directly from this, and you can't use any of the external factors? Like, is it like that, or do you feel there's some impact missing that you maybe cannot measure yet correctly to prove?
What question was too difficult to answer?
I'm trying to expand. It's a very difficult question to discuss with anybody, really, because what we see is the health implications are not factored in by the Ministry of Finance when taxing new fuels. But we have in Europe, was it 400 to 700, depends on the numbers, 400 to 700,000 people that die of air pollution earlier than they should. I checked the Estonian numbers or last year, but we have 100 people from, let's say, these PM2.5 microparticles. That's basically any GNG bus, doesn't matter it's biomethane or not, or basically it's road pollution. So, okay, 100 people, how do you factor in the cost of that life?
But again, in the context of these new technologies, maybe we don't need to speak about it today, because as Ted said, we don't know yet with which technologies or with which strategy we will realize this project in the near 3 or 5 years.
Yeah. The ministry is asking for those numbers today, right?
But today we don't have an airport yet.
I think that's always the risk that we also talk with the
always.
Energy transition and all of this, that is, how do you talk with yesterday's numbers on the tomorrow's profits or impact? Because everybody's calculating with the old one and methodology, but you need to plan 3 years into the future and then hit the European Union regulatory targets, which is something I'm not sure if you've studied Refuel EU Aviation and its targets on Estonia, which is 2025 2% blending mandate, which means not too much. 1,400 tons of SAF is needed to fill those targets. And if Ida-Viru could have a SAF plant, produce this locally, then it's fitting also the European targets and the climate sort of goals in itself. And the polluter doesn't have to pay for not missing that. So can you deliver this promise to the government as we are going to solve your national targets in our region? So that's another impact question that you somehow have to prove, which makes it difficult. But yeah, this maybe goes already a bit to Shakespearean in that sense. Maybe some extra ones from the public. I see the online is not delivering any yet. No.
Maybe here's someone who is really skeptical about this project.
Yes.
And would like to
Hand up
to
from the
speak
most
about his
skeptical
opinion or
person.
her opinion.
Everybody is very optimistic.
But do we have the most
Who
skeptical
doesn't want to
person in
show
the
up?
room? Yes? Ah. Lawyers are always the most skeptical indeed.
If you order, I may ask an unpleasant question. You all spoke about connecting Olgina with Kotka or with some other airport in Helsinki that I sadly do not remember. We understand it would be profitable for, I don't know, Larissa's shareholder to visit Larissa's factory in Narva. But then soon enough there will be a moment, as we heard here, all Kotka have been here, and so there is nothing to do. In terms of the long-term planning, are there any ideas to connect this Olgina with some bigger hubs in Europe, so that to ensure the bigger tourist flow to Ida-Viru? And probably a question to Maxime, if this happens from the side of business, do you have any plans how to attract tourists to your region by developing something else in the region? Is it unpleasant enough for you?
The first question
Okay,
was that, I understand.
I think I don't remember. We had presentation about steps in developing process. I think it's firstly for us. When we started this project, it was big companies asked. Just we need quick flights to hubs, and maybe it's firstly we have to concentrate on charter connections. Of course, we already discussing about small airplane connections between hubs that may be daily or after one day, but it's every project have to grow organically. So when we're operating maybe year 2, 3, we will see what is the demand, what the people need, and it is always very important to react very fastly and try different things, and maybe it's I don't know. Of course, it's very important question what in future happens in relationships with Russia. How long it takes time to have good relationships between the countries, because 3 years ago it was possible to fly to St. Petersburg, for example, or St. Petersburg people can come to Estonia and to start their flight plans from here, but I think it's time will show, but we have to go to future step by step, and I think maybe in 6-7 years it's possible that from Narva will be the everyday connections to, for example, Helsinki or Riga or Tallinn, and but we will see. Let's make first steps and putting the Narva-Olgina airfield on the map of I don't know, small electric planes firstly. Yeah.
Awesome.
As I heard about it, sometimes here's no reason to make any kind of cooperation with big airports, because I heard by our pilot that for the businessman the time is very important, and sometimes it's much more easier to come from one small airport to another small airport, only because you don't need to wait too much time for the documents, for your baggage and other things. And if you talk about the tourism, actually even today we have some ideas for the next year. we have a contact with 2 air club from Finland, and we have a plan to make in the next year the day of the Olgina airport, and maybe some airplanes will come from Finland to us. So it's also a new kind of tourism with huge perspectives. We believe in that.
Indeed. So I'm going to put on my investor hat and go, who's your competition? They always want to know, who's your competition? Oh, there's a hint coming from the audience.
I think we had presentation as well that in Finland is, if I remember exactly how many small airfields, about 68, yeah. In Europe, 10,000, I remember, yeah. And maybe in the near future, it's connections between regional airfields or small airfields even more important, because you can start your flight very fastly, you can land very fastly, you can go to car and travel further. So today the small planes, for example, Pilatus, they are flying 2,500 kilometers, 700 kilometers per hour. So it's very fast connections, and you can fly very long distances. So I think the business models in plane or air flying businesses are changing, so I hope we are with our project in right place. And of course, for tourists, I'm not tourism person, but I think it's very interesting to fly on your own private plane to coffee. Or restaurant which is located in the end of the world, so.
Or in the beginning of the world, because sun is goes up from here.
The slogan is
Europe
already,
starts
so.
from But also maybe if you're talking about not so direct, but maybe a little bit indirect competitor, it also can be this railway connection or Rail Baltic. Because if the speed of the trains will be not as today, but faster, for example, 1.5 hours from Tallinn to Narva, electric trains, quite low pollution and so on, if it will be connected to Riga and Europe, so it might be one of the biggest competitors actually to this project.
This is why you were asked to think of the secondary use of the airport.
Yeah.
There's actually a question from the online as well, that somebody online found the Destia feasibility study very comprehensive with lots of good ideas, and asked some maybe extra comments from the panelists as well on this feasibility study, which I think is unfair because you haven't probably seen it yet.
I haven't seen the result. I participated in this study, but I didn't see the results.
But any extra comments from the panelists on this this feasibility study? Like, did it have everything that you were expecting, or was there some area maybe that needs some extra input still? Or?
I think feasibility study was made, of course, professionally. It's not the questions. For us, for our organization, it's very important to have that kind of professional partners, because we are a developing organization, and we need input. What is important, what is not important, what we have to see, and what is the future. And I think we got from this feasibility study a lot of good ideas to implement in this project, and have the vision what is the future in the industry, because what we see at the moment, the airfields in Estonia or in maybe in Baltic states, they are not that kind of innovative in their operations. So the main idea is move fast from airfield to, I don't know, to car or otherwise, and less bureaucracy, and of course the future in green fuels or in hydrogen or electricity. So we got a document which is looking in future. And if you are starting that kind of project, you have to look already to future, to not build the old models. Okay.
Yeah, maybe I quickly add from my side, it's a tendency to always look for, like, is it hydrogen or is it electricity or battery or SAF or whatever, but it's like, again, this is the old way of thinking on the business-wise, because there was only one central power plant in the country, right? And everybody was feeding off that, and all the fat cables, what we have is coming from Ida-Viru, of course. And now when we look at the future, we have offshore wind, we have onshore wind, we have onshore solar, we can have offshore solar, we can have wind and this wave energy. We have storage in pumped hydro, we have storage in hydrogen, we have storage in batteries and all of this, but people go and want to have this very straight, like this, okay, I invest only in that. And this is maybe something to also look at, to hybridize these solutions and not try to decide the winner, but to support all the winners. Because the winners are the ones that go zero emission in the end and go green. So that was one thought. We are running into the QA allocation of 15 minutes, by the way, so that's why this time is in zero. So we can still have, if the panelists wish, some extra questions from there. No, not yet. I had one additional one. I already forgot where it was. Aha. So, attracting those foreign direct investments. What's the secret sauce to that? Does it start with the website or going out to events and promoting you? Just being green and expecting to be noticed? Or what's like the, like, I just said that you have to hybridize, and then I'm saying, like, what's the secret sauce, right? But I don't know, maybe you have one. Or is it the airport and that's enough?
Okay, to attract foreign investments, we have worked with industrial companies mainly. For this project, of course, we want to find companies who maybe industrial companies and building the planes, but the services as well. It's very important, and for our organization, it's everyday work. So you have to go out to the customers to tell them the story, to make for them the proposals, and it's I don't know, different events and where you can meet people who can be interested. And in this case, in this project, we started that kind of networking, I think maybe a year and maybe a year and a half ago. So we have already plenty of connections in this business with people, and we understand what kind of problems they have today, mainly the people who have, I don't know, their own private small planes. They have plenty of problems. So we try to build up that kind of project that we solve them their problems. They can get services for them, for their airplanes. We try to make that way that they can get services for their planes in Narva, in Estonia, and different other things. What is people asking? That's I think main question to answer the questions they have.
Maybe I also ask the same one from Anna, from the tourism perspective. Because your direct investment or foreign direct investment is the tourist.
Yeah, like this will be tough, so to say. I have been connected with transportation before, carrying the passengers, not in aviation though, but land transportation. But I think we have already made a lot of work to market the destination itself, like as such. But now the question how to find this like the target group, whom to target and to introduce the opportunity to actually get here and use it. It won't be easy, definitely, but this is something separately that needs to focus and work.
Yeah, maybe you need to go to the Portuguese, or the tourists that go to the Portugal's, the southmost point of Europe, and go like, hey, but we have the end of the world or the start of the world.
You never know. Actually, a few weeks ago, I was in Finland in one fair, and there already few people asked, like, oh, like we have heard you will have the airport soon. So, like, people are already thinking about it, and this is the positive start, at least.
Great. So the word is getting out, and I had, in the beginning, I had the question for all of you, unless there's a hand, no? And I was asking, like, what's the one thing you take away and start working with tomorrow? And we're pretty much on time to have 1 minute answers. From everybody, like, what's the, let's say, your final message to the audience, whether online or maybe some ministry people were still listening, so you can address a message to others that what they should be doing as the next thing tomorrow?
I would maybe reflect a little bit from the previous question about marketing way in respect of business. I think for Ida-Viru it's a gorgeous situation now because we have this Just Transition Fund, which is basically supporting creation of new jobs, establishment of new factories. And also in our region, we have a really good education system in terms of training young people into working professions. Yeah, we have vocational training schools and so on. So basically, if you compare the situation in the Ida-Viru region in terms of workforce with other regions, in Ida-Viru, basically situation is much, much better, despite of the fact that in general we have really big challenges with labor and skilled people. But I think as a combination that if you're saying that in Ida-Viru we have Just Transition Fund and the companies, big companies can get grants for, how to say, opening new factories or establishment new jobs. And also we have here good possibilities to train labor force, but also we have an aerodrome with fast connection. So this would be as a package and really beneficial package and make the region really attractive. So it's just my reflection from for the previous question. But as a conclusion, I just wish success to this project, maybe. Yeah.
And Maxim, from the audience, you would want
also about the previous question a little bit. In my opinion, the contact between the different partners of this project, and not only of this project, is very important because from the beginning we strongly believe in investment agency competence in their experience. That's why we decided to make this project real. And one of the problem what I identified for myself is actually that if you talk even with your colleagues from other municipalities here in Ida-Viru County, sometimes you can hear that, oh, it's your municipality, we don't need to worry about it. But actually, in the context of this project, or for example, Sillamäe-Kotka ship line, we talk about the whole region and not maybe only about the Ida-Viru region, but also about other regions. So one of the problems that you have also local people or local governments who maybe don't understand all these possibilities that we can have in the future for all our region through this kind of projects. And my last message for today, that I very hope that next time maybe we will meet in Olgina airport and fly together.
This would be a fun trip.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I would say the same, that like everything that we saw today, all the graphics and everything, like I got really excited. So like best of luck. And I also believe we are already seen in the map or on the map, but this will strengthen our position for sure. So it's an exciting project.
Okay. Let's make it real.
Yeah, from our side, as everybody understands, we are in the middle of the way at the moment. So we try to be very fast in this project and finish and prepare infrastructure on the time we said, but. Maybe if say to call to action, yes, tomorrow, then our project manager Vadim, he is working on this project every day. So if somebody have some ideas or try to or want to be somehow on this process, then just call to Vadim or send email, and of course we need bigger network and of course partners in this project.
Awesome. And with that, I think we can conclude our today's agenda. And of course, on site we continue the discussions with. I'm pretty sure of that. But I hope that whether online or on site, that everybody found some extra nugget or takeaway or opportunity to change and make tomorrow's future aviation, let's say, a lot better, to foster these businesses, investments, create new jobs, cleaner jobs, and foster the regional development. And I think what was already said, then it won't be the next one, but maybe a few seminars later. I don't have to drive here from Tartu in the snowstorm. This was painful. I want to fly here. So the sky is not the limit. The sky is not the limit in this case. So thank you very much to everybody and to our esteemed panelists as well. Thank you. Aitäh.